we shall be showing you a few of the methods of doing yoga as well as the logic behind these yogas.
In fact, we have been able to use many special techniques in various diseases. Let us see this technique called chair breathing, which we use in the management of acute attacks of asthma. Here, the subject is seated with the support of a chair. In fact, this we developed when the person was having an acute attack during our classes, and the nearby chair was pulled out because it is only in that position that the person is more comfortable when he is having intense wheezing, and he hangs on to the handle of the chair and starts breathing comfortably, slowly as he can. We know that he is having intense fast breathing, and the person is continuously given instructions of breathing in slowly as the head goes up, breathe out as the head goes down, and this goes on continuously and at the speed that he can. In the management of back pain, it's very important to see that we avoid any forward bending. So the person lies down on his back and starts doing what we call as folded leg lumbar stretch. Both the legs are folded up and stretched laterally so that the person can feel the stretch in the painful area of the back, and this being very harmless for the back. The person can do this about 10 times combined with normal natural breathing movements. The back is moved and person is asked to concentrate intensely on the point of the back. After doing about 10 times, the person goes on to practice another back pain special technique called Setu Bandhasana lumbar stretch, where the legs are folded and the waist is lifted up as the person breathes in, and the waist comes down as the person breathes out. Apart from all the practices that we did, Dhanurasana, the bow posture, is one of the very useful practices in the management of diabetes. Hansasana, in which the person lies down on the abdomen and takes all the weight of the body on the elbows, which is stuck into the abdominal wall, and the legs are stretched back. So in this position there is intense pressure on the abdominal organs, and it is said in the yogic text that this may help in releasing the insulin from the pancreatic cells, and certainly it does increase the blood flow to the pancreas. Whether there is more insulin that is formed or released has yet to be observed scientifically. Let me now show you some of the practices that we use in the management of rheumatoid arthritis, which involves all the joints, lot of painful joints, and so to release the stiffness in the joints, the person starts doing slow but persistent, continuous, stable movements of the different joints. We may start with fingers and then go on to wrist movements. So in the wrist movements we can do the forward, backward and rotation of the wrists also, about 10 times each one of these movements. Then one goes on to move the shoulders, shoulder rotation. Every joint is given the possible movements. Whatever the person can do, the person goes on doing to the possible range also. We don't have to overforce or work intensively, but gradually the stiffness gets released when one does it with an attitude of ease, comfort, and starts putting the mind with eyes closed on the point that is painful, on the joint that is getting released, and then at the end of it drops down the hand and relaxes the part completely. Let me show you some very simple practices that we use in people who have high blood pressure or even have had heart attacks. Heart attack people have enormous fear that any physical movement may strain them, and therefore they have also been advised not to do it, and we also do not want to overstrain their hearts. So we teach them many practices like Shavasana and Pranayama. Shavasana is a very useful technique in which the person lies down, and one of the very useful technique that we use is called quick relaxation technique, where the person lies down flat on the bed and starts observing the movement of the abdomen. As the person breathes in, the abdomen comes up. As the person breathes out, the abdomen goes down. And this abdominal movement is deepened, and the person starts doing very deep abdominal breathing in a very, very comfortable mood. And this gives enormous relaxation. And this can be done within just 2-3 minutes several times in the day by people who have hypertension, because it is the bad habit of our arteries to get into spasm and the BP tends to go up. So the persons with hypertension and heart problem are advised to practice this several times in the day whenever they get free time, before food, after food, any time they can practice this. You notice that in all this there is this basic component of relaxation, calmness of mind, stabilization, ease, rest, etc., both to the local parts and to the entire system.
Madam, the patient of any age group can practice these asanas?
Yes. In fact, we have been able to teach yoga to people of all ages. In fact, we say from womb to tomb, yoga can be of great help. We have had some research where the mothers, when they practiced yoga, the baby in the womb also gets a lot of benefit as observed through blood flow changes to the baby and all that. But generally it is understood that a child at the age of 10 years starts doing the practices if they are normal healthy children, but we will be able to use many simple practices even in younger children.
Physically, book can be placed only at one place according to number assigned to it. But the readers approach the document from different angles like author, title, editor, translator, series, etc. And here it is the catalog that comes to the rescue of reader. Without a catalog, the whole purpose of libraries will be lost. It is also important to select the right kind of catalog for the library. Here the question is whether to go for a classified catalog or for a dictionary type. For a public library, dictionary catalog would be useful because the readers find it easier to consult. The readers of a public library do not require deep study of various subjects. But for a research and special library, the classified catalog would be more ideal, since the readers generally approach the reading materials through subjects they are expected to have the full panorama of all documents at one place. This is possible only through a classified catalog. The point of decision is the selection of cataloging code, that is, whether to select ACR1 or ACR2 or classified catalog code of Ranganathan. Other codes like Anglo-American code of 1908 and ALO code of 1949 have lost much of their significance. In the context of the increased use of non-book materials, it is better to go for ACR2. The next point of decision is about the physical form, that is, to have a printed catalog, card catalog or a computerized catalog. If it is a card catalog, whether the MDs are to be handwritten, typewritten or duplicated by a duplicator. If duplicator is used, it is better and economical to have unit cards. The answer to the above questions also depends on the kind and the size of library for which has to be made. With the availability of data management softwares, libraries first started using computers for cataloging purposes. As a result, many libraries have computerized catalog even if the library is not automated. Physical processing. The major routines coming under the purview of physical processing are cutting open the pages. Take each volume and cut open the pages. The cutting open should be done only with a sharp knife. The temptation to use the finger or a pencil for the job should be strictly resisted. The work should be done for every sheet whenever necessary. The impression produced by finding a book not cutting a library for years is damaging to the reputation of the library. Pasting of labels. After the preparation of the catalog cards, the books are handed over to the semi-professionals or unskilled workers for pasting the labels in the book. The labels used are spine labels, ownership labels or stamp, book pocket, book card and date slips. Then entries are made in all the labels. Other routines of technical sections are correction of call numbers and catalog entries and recording the changes in the classification and cataloging codes and maintenance of staff manual and authority file, preparation of accession list or list of new additions. Let us summarize this session. The major steps in the acquisition process of documents are selection, ordering, receipt of documents, accessioning and bill passing. For selection, principles enunciated by Drury, Dewey, McColvin and Ranganathan serve as a guidelines. Libraries make the use of a number of selection tools like different types of bibliographies, catalogs, blurbs, review and internet bookshops. For ordering, a number of methods like quotation system, standing vendor system, books on approval are followed. On receipt of documents, they are examined and if everything is alright, accession in a register called accession register. Then the bills are processed and passed by competent authority for payment. The writing of documents and reading out of process also comes under the purview of acquisition section. Technical processing involves classification, cataloging and physical processing of documents. From the management point of view, the question of selection of appropriate classification and cataloging scheme also arises in new libraries. Here are some questions for you. Write a note on the changes that have taken place in the collection building of libraries in the digital era. Second one, briefly explain any 4 principles of document selection. Third one, mention any 5 categories of document selection tools with 2 specific titles in each. Fourth one, briefly explain the steps in the acquisition of documents. Fifth one, explain how computers can be used in the procurement of documents. Sixth one, what are the main routines followed in the technical section of a library. Seventh one, explain the jobs involved in the physical processing of books. Here some books are listed for further reading. Librarianship and Introduction by Chowdhury G.G. et al. Publisher Facet Publishing in 2008. The New Professional Handbook by Coral Sheila and Riverton, published in London, and Publishers Library Association Publishing in 1999. Introduction to Technical Services by Evans G. Edward et al. 7th edition, Anglewood, Colorado Libraries Unlimited in 2002. Library Administration Theory and Practice by Mittal R.L. 5th edition, New Delhi Metropolitan in 1983. Library Administration by Ranganathan S.R. 2nd edition, New Delhi SS Publication in 2006. Library Management by Sharma C.K. and Kiran Singh, Volume 1st and 2nd, New Delhi, Atlantic in 2005. Here we conclude this session on library housekeeping technical services. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. We have an eminent personality from the track and field athletics today, Padma Shri Dr. P.T. Usha, who brought laurels to the country and missed the Olympic medal in athletics by 1/100th of a second in the Los Angeles Olympics in 1984. So I'll share the experience and the opinions and the ambitions and aspirations of Madam P.T. Usha with the listeners today. Madam, India being the second largest country with population of 127 crores, just close to China, why we could not achieve any medal in track and field Olympics?
Sir, actually in our country lot of talents are there, but only the thing we are not giving importance to grassroots level. Grassroots level is very, very important. Okay. When we get the medal in the nationals or when we get the medal in international level, then we support. But you see about other countries, when to get Olympic medal, government supports. After getting the medal, government no, but maybe sponsors will help them. But here it is different. So grassroots level, when we have to change our system. We have to keep one academy, we have to go for selection trials, talent scouting should be perfect, and then they should get the good accommodation and good food and good systematically, scientifically trained, and at least they should go for 4 years general conditioning, and then they should go for the specialization, and according to the age they should get the exposure, and system should be there. So long term plan only can win the medal.
Okay, madam, in your opinion, from what age the children should be exposed to training, and from what age the talent should be identified, and what are the effective, reliable methods of identifying talents? Could you please enlighten?
So actually, from my experience, athletics is the toughest event in sports. So athletics can start only when they were above 12 years and under 14. But gymnastics you can start maybe at the age of 5, or swimming you can start early, and then maybe shuttle also you can start early, because their career ends before 18. But this slowly you can start slowly, not that you should make them running, not slowly. When they come to your academy, first of all you have to teach them doing exercise, and then slowly we have to give them lot of varieties of games. When they should enjoy when they do training, and then slowly when they are capable of running 10 minutes, you have to make them run 10 minutes. And if they runs 10 minutes easy, then only slowly, just example I am telling, just slowly, but when they are capable, then only you should give the slowly increase the training. The system should be there, it should be a scientific method, and then long term planning. You should not make them specialization early, and slowly according to, because you should not make them the more pulse, no. The younger age pulse should be like, you should maintain under 140 always, not more than that. It should not go. But here we don't have any. Normally when the school children, no, they don't see the heart rate monitor and all. When you make them run to get the championship, no, like lot of kilometers, maybe lot of events, you make them them to run. That is why when they come to the college level, the career ends.
Madam, from your reply, I could gather two very important points. One is the enjoyment in the activity.
Yes.
Enjoyment in the training. Very important. The second one I paid attention was the pulse rate should never exceed 140. If it exceeds, they will go to the level of fatigue. Naturally, they will have disinterest.
Yes.
Instead of enjoyment, it will be a punishment.
Exactly.
So, how can we redesign the system of training to insist upon the element of enjoyment in training and the involvement, and also to make sure the pulse rate does not exceed 140. These two things are most wonderful, reliable thing. It is a lesson to India.
Exactly. Actually, this we are doing in our academy, because when the children comes, they are coming with the interest. When you make them to run 20 minutes, kilometers, and make lot of events and all, no, they do within a week. But slowly, the interest will disappear.
Correct.
So, in between, you have to add lot of games, like recreation games, minor games, and then slowly you can increase to kabaddi, kho-kho, handball, and then dodgeball, and baseball.
Correct.
And then they also will get interest, and then slowly you can increase their training. That is the one method. Okay. Then they will stay your academy and they do training with happiness. And then about the heart rate, you have to get the heart rate monitor. In my academy, Tindu, Jesse Joseph, they used to keep the heart rate monitor always in their heart. Only except the competition, this won't be there with them. Otherwise, they do training. See, if when you start the running, when you go for 10 minutes, if you put the heart rate monitor, make them to run 40, like under 40 only pulse, means maybe first day they may go only 3 minutes, but when they runs, they have to see the pulse, and it should not go. And if they run slow also, okay, no problem. They should run slow only under 40. They should control their speed. Maybe they feel easy, but doesn't mind, no problem. And then maybe if they continue running like that, maybe within a week they capable of doing 4 rounds with the same 10 minutes, and it continues. Then maybe afterwards maybe 5 rounds. Like that, you have to increase their endurance level.
Madam, you have given wonderful, precious advice to the Indian sports training with regards to your suggestion.
Yes.
Think that varieties of activities of minor area games, recreational games, by which the trainees maintain the level of enjoyment, keep on doing without the level of fatigue. The pulse rate does not go above 140.
You see, in our country, lot of talents are there. I told you.
Yeah.
And when I started academy, lot of take about example of 800 meters. Lot of 800 meters runner was there in our country. If I say the name, first is Shiny Wilson, because she is a very good hard worker, and that time no facilities at all, and she did 159.7 seconds, and that is her best time. But afterwards, nobody has done under 2 minutes. Why? Because see, take about Tindu Luka. She is when she come to my academy, when she just above walking, her pulse will go 200. Her pulse was so high always. And we made this system like that. Only slowly we increased. See, so in our system, this helps, and it's coming improvement. When Tindu, see, our aim is to achieve the Olympic medal for the country. When Tindu win or when Jesse wins, every data is there in our academy. So that we can publish and we can recommend also, because already we succeed, no, when we get the Olympic medal. It will help the youngsters. So at that time we can give all the details and everything, how she has become an Olympic world medal. Then it will help for the youngsters.
Madam, when you spoke about Tindu Luka, there is a controversy with regards to the strategy of Tindu Luka's running. That she is a wonderful runner, very obedient and loyal to you, and she runs very fast in the beginning. If she runs fast for the first curve, say about 100 meters, then maintain that picked up speed without pushing further ahead. she can save the energy, we call it reserve energy, which can be utilized towards the finish. And if you analyze the best 800 meters and even 1500 meter runners of the world, not only India, those who lead seldom win, whereas those who lag, one amongst the 8 people, so yes, they get the bursting energy towards the end. Have you tried to employ this strategy in Tindu, and why she is not able to follow that strategy? It is my question.
Yeah.
Kindly enlighten.
Actually, because I know the timing of Tindu's 600 meters, and I know how she can run 1000 meters, and I know that how she runs 400 meters. So if you run about 400 meters good race, and then in the certain time should like you can make the pace of 800 meters. So say about 53 seconds if she run 400 meters. If you improve her endurance level, normally say that she can with about 3 minutes. 53 seconds you can make it to 3 seconds or maybe 4 seconds. So 3.5, you can say 3.5 to 4. So 56.5, 57.5. If you make endurance level high, then she can run. Yeah. But if no endurance, it's not possible. So Tindu is workout level is like that, and she is coming up like that only. But the same time, I used to tell Tindu, when you run the car, so sudden, you should not go for third gear. You have to go first gear, and slowly you have to increase second, and then third. It's a smooth running, so that you can run smoothly. I used to, every time I used to give her thing, and I used to give her pace run. But she is always comfortable when she go for fast. That I am making her, till I am giving lot of control for her. Only the thing, she is a young athlete. The 800 meters such a different race that then you plan the race. But when you go to the track, the race will be different. So 800 meters, she should get more exposure. Yeah. Maybe she will lose. She should stay back. Doesn't matter. She should stay back. And she should run, lead the race, and she should in the middle. Maybe sometime boxed also may come. Yeah. So she should get the varieties of race, so that she can change her strategy. And then see, you take about Tindu's performance. Asian level, she is flop. She don't do better because every time she is leading. When she go for the Europe competition, see World Cup, she did 159.17 seconds. Yeah. World Cup, because their race is so nice, their arithmetic, if you run with them, you will be able to get the time. So Tindu did, because rhythm is others. And she did Brazil's 2:00. That also rhythm others. Yeah. And she did in the Olympics London, that 59.7 seconds. That rhythm, somebody is doing the rhythm and she is following it. So she should get more rhythm, more race, then she can improve. Otherwise, you have to have the more intelligent race. Your brain should use every time that. In that, Tindu is little bit poor. She is not, see, in outside, when you stay outside coach, you can give her ideas. You have to do this and all. But everything, what is going to happen in the track, you cannot predict. So when you go to the track, your concentration should be only on the track, and the presence of mind, you have to change your technique. That she is not having. I think it is only because of lack of exposure. So this year we are trying to get more entry in Europe, so that she will be able to get her good rhythm.
This is wonderful planning. Before the actual competitions in Doha, you said the Diamond Gold.
Diamond League. The world competition.
And another place you told, I don't know.
Kazakhstan.
Before this competition, she should get exposure with the internationally famous 800 meters runner. That will be rehearsals. And if you can arrange that one, see, when the central government is ready to spend money for that, it is only the agency, association or your institution. They should work together, making sure that Tindu or such athletes gets opportunity to compete and gain experience, and from that gaining of experience, the best strategy will be adopted by the concerned athlete. Yeah. So, I'm sure with your personality and influence and your achievement, you can get it done than anybody. I believe so.
Actually, we are trying our maximum with my capacity. When I did sports, in my sports career. Sports is everything for me.
Right, yeah.
And so when I retired my athletics, also active athletics, I want to give back something to the sports.
Country.
That is why we have started
Really,
academy.
we appreciate.
So whatever I got the name, fame, that I am using for young athletes now. So whatever I can from my side, we are doing. Even more than my son, I am looking after my students.
India is proud of you. We expect a lot of things from you. By the way, I invite your kind attention to the early years of 1950, the first Prime Minister of India. I heard Milkha Singh was advised by Prime Minister Panditji to go to various countries before the Asiad, Commonwealth, etc. And Milkha's, I think, Run Milkha Run or some in that film or so, or otherwise. And it was the Prime Minister who took interest. Now we have Sports Authority of India to do everything for the sportsmen of the country. Similarly, Henry Rebello, he was sent to various places in Europe, especially Britain, before the London Olympics in 1948. Just 1 year after before completing 1 year of Indian independence, in 1948, August 3rd, that Henry Rebello broke the world record even the trials. But in the competition, he was not able to, he failed. Nobody took care of him. And it was during those time, the government, the Prime Minister of the country took interest to send athletes to various foreign countries to gain experience. And after 50 years or so, why we are not able to send our athletes so freely and so independently to gain experience, I do not know. Why, if India could send, India's Prime Minister could send Milkha Singh and Henry Rebello like people of those years, they came to the world level. Milkha Singh broke the world record, Olympic record. Henry Rebello broke the triple jump world record.
Yes.
It was all during 1948 and before 60s. Now, after the National Institute of Sports and thousands of coaches working in the field, we are not able to produce. What is happening?
Sir, that is why our system flops. We need that type of leader actually. So unfortunately, this is happening in our country. We want that type of sports minister. Then sports will improve, and we want somebody should more on concentration on grassroots level. That is important. And you cannot win the Olympic medal so straight. It should be a long-term planning. We want the leader like that. So, our priority for sports, our priority is last. When you do give everything, and last when something is remaining
left out, what is
you
left
give
out?
for sports.
My God,
that is
Madam,
yes.
We have a lot of talents in our country.
Yes.
Mismanagement, untimely identification of talents,
yes.
and improper training. All these things make mess of the system.
100%.
You have come through inter-universities. In the inter-university competition, track and field competitions are for 5 days, even now 6 days. An athlete, a sprinter, in the budding stage, universities are interested in 100, 200 and 2 relays, etc.
Exactly.
How many heats, quarter-final, semi-final? So why don't we make it time trial, take the best 8 and so all will try to do their best in the trials itself and take the best 8. Final.
That is very nice actually. See, last 3-4 years, sometime my athletes also used to participate, Tindu and Jesse and now Jesse is going to participate, and earlier Tindu. It's very difficult in university and inter-university with lot of first round, second round, and somebody run. You see, first of all, when you get the entry, you have to shuffle first, and then you can make how many are there. It's not at all like that. When they make 8 entries in first 8. If 8 entries, 4 are not there also, they are not shuffling. They make 4 and 4 they make a run, and like that first round, second round, quarter. It's horrible.
How much time?
They have to change. They have to change.
A person like you, with your image and your responsibility and your status, you must educate the authorities of Indian athletics, stating that young athletes should not be put into that tough task of ruining their talent in the budding age. So Every sprint event should have all the
every track
heats and final.
Maximum if you want the semi-final you can manage, but not that first round, second round, quarter, semi and final and all. For university, in all the events and combined event, combination event, they keep the same day. And the federation meet, it is not at all like that. Only for the university.
We should change
Inter-university, they should change.
Using your authority and responsibility and your aspirations of the country's athletics, kindly give proposals at the right stage to the agency and authority to change the program of inter-university, eliminating heats, quarter-final, semi-final, right into heats and final, qualifying and final, 2 rounds only. You will save lot of athletes and they will come to highlight. India will even win Olympic medal from this progress. One more thing. Instead of giving the traditional track and field competition, why can't we start a modified competition system? Please give your idea. Instead of conducting 100 meters to all the events from the traditional athletics, let us conduct athletic meet to evaluate the competition value from aesthetic sense, relaxation, coordination, stride length, all these things. A faster person need not be a champion after few years, but a person with relaxation, good stride length, they will become the champions. So making of the champions can be identified and forecasted by a person like you, having the third eye to identify the talent instead of conducting. So please give your
when you go for the talent scouting, because maybe they are others, nowadays it's very difficult to see the raw talent. Because somewhere all trained, because if they do training with systematically, then you can see, make out their running, how they runs, because relaxation should be there always. For that, but now it is very difficult to see. All are trained. But I think for younger age, there is no need of going for 100 meters or something like that. You have to check their speed. Basic speed should be there for everything. If you don't have speed, and they can't do anything. With this basic speed should be there. That with experience I could understand. Last I have started academy in 2002, so I can understand that about. And then some like 30 meters fly or 30 meters standing, and then small 60 meters, and then if you go about the explosive, how they are explosive, how they for the coordination and all, if you keep for standing broad jump, that also it will help. So some certain distance or maybe speed you can make out. This age this athlete can do something, and to check their mental power. According to their, maybe 600 meters you can keep, or maybe little more age you can keep 800, but only once to check their power. It's not that they should come first, nothing like that, but how they are bearing the pain, whether they are interested or whether they take the pair, or because it's a tough. So that type of talent scouting should be there. That I feel it is good.
Madam, what is your opinion about the athletes who come to nurseries and camps like your PT Usha School of Athletics or Kodamangalam or any other place, ICE Excel Center? Why we do not try the varieties of events? If a person is doing 400, instead of giving that person 200, 400, 800, why don't we give them jumping events and hurdling, walking, all these things? By the experience of varied activities, the all-round development will take place.
It should be. It should be.
And that is not happening in...
we do. When they come to our academy, first of all, I used to teach their doing exercise and then give a lot of games, and they do hurdle exercise, hurdle running, and they go for basic exercise for jumping. Some basic exercise is for jumping, So that they will, my athletes, every day, if you tell about Tindu, she will run hurdles. She do long jump. So she is the senior most in our academy. That is why I am giving example for Tindu. Take about Jessie, they do everything. And when you take, if you tell about Jessie 100 meter start, she will take start. Everything they do. That is why 4 years generally you have to condition the athlete every event. And then slowly after 3 to 4 years, they will show their potential in even which event they are good. They themselves will show. There. Then you specialize the event like that. Then it will be good. We do like that.
Madam, from my experience of track and field coaching for several years, I found those who do high jump in the young age, because of the short run up of 3 stride or 5 stride or even 7 stride run up, landing on the foam bed, standing up and coming up very fast and coming out, very short duration, explosive. So those who are exposed to high jump in the young age, even if their item is 400 or 800, they will make fantastic. If we analyze the career brilliance of athletes, most of them had the high jump background, most of them. So can you agree with me? Giving high jump compulsory to all the athletes will make a very strong and healthy foundation to develop an expected event like any.
I think it is good for, but no need of going for new technique or height. First of all, like scissor cut, no? I did no, so I am the example for that, no? I did scissor cut.
Correct.
And I was first in nationals also in high jump. And I did long jump. That is, I came second in long jump.
That is the reason.
525 under 14, I did.
That is the reason why PT
I had hurdles.
That training should be given to all the people.
So that is, in our academy we do that. We used to give everything.
And I don't doubt that you will achieve your great goals of Olympic.
We do that.
If the training system adopted by you in your school, I have no doubt that you will achieve your goal. So spread this message all over India, and India will be benefited out of your advice. See, the sports has been introduced as a compulsory curriculum subject with syllabus, scheme of examination. The marks scored by the students will influence the grading, passing or promotion, etc. And what revolutionary changes? This inclusion, new inclusion of sports as a curriculum subject, what positive changes it can bring it in the Indian sports and the Indian society?
The sports is a curriculum, means like other subject they have to do, no? Sports in like one subject.
Yeah.
So in school every students will participate, means more participation will be there. In more participation you will get good talent. And otherwise also when you do exercise and physical training, it helps their mind to do study well. It's always help. It's always good to see the talent, and for their mind, their mind also should be very free to learn academic also.
Madam, thank you very much. As an elderly teacher, I believe sports is only a media on which the community, students are attracted, and by the preparation of sports, they develop the most essential things, the physical fitness, by which the obesity, heart problems, high blood pressure, etc., can be avoided, prevented, cured or rehabilitated.
Yes.
So these very valuable social changes in individual and social life,
yes,
we are achieving if and when the sports is made compulsory.
Yes, exactly.
And parents will not send the students because of the fear of examination, scoring poor because of the sports, etc. But when it is made compulsory, all the parents will take interest. Even they will send up for even sports coaching also. So parents will take interest.
Exactly.
When parents take interest, naturally children will be attracted. In the inter-university competitions, you see, my experience is in that field, nearly 40 years. The importance is not given in the inter-university level. In the other countries, in the world level, international competition, most of the world record holders, world champions, Olympic champions, etc., they are from the universities of their respective countries.
Actually, the grassroots level, no, like school and the university level is a very, very important, because in that age they should systematically, they should do the training and competition both. And here what is happening is, in school level they do participate more events to get championship for the school. And after school, when they come to university, what they do is that but the same thing is repeated by the universities also, colleges also. But when they come to the intervarsity meet, the schedule is so horrible. They run the one event 5-6 races. There is no rest at all for the athletes, and in combination events they keep same day 4-5 races. They have to change. Only 2 races should be there, More entries means they should they should keep the time trials. See, same thing is happening in a school meet. No, we have more entries now. Every event we are keeping the time trials.
And final.
So, and final.
Like swimming.
Like that they should do in InterVarsity, because very important that age.
It's a very great advice. India must take a lesson from your advice, and India's athletic progress will be in leaps and bounds if this advice is implemented. Thank you very much.
Always
excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this session. Today we will be dealing with feminist aesthetics. Aesthetics occupies a very central position in the Western philosophy that is consistent with its fundamental logic, metaphysics, and epistemology, and with its value commitments. The attempt of the feminist aesthetics is to challenge this entire framework and to recast and reconceptualize it from a feminist perspective. For them, the domain of Western aesthetics and the philosophy of art had remained patriarchal. Art or techne denotes skill. It meant any human endeavor which was distinct from the objects of nature. The different forms of art were considered primarily as imitative. For instance, sculptures imitated human forms, music imitated the sounds of nature and the voice of human emotions, and so on. The mimetic nature of art was accepted without any argument, and the philosophers like Aristotle even praised the ability of an artist to recreate an object of nature with much greater degree of perfection, although Plato had a completely different take on it. Unlike most of his contemporaries, Plato regarded mimesis as dangerous. For him, imitation takes man away from reality. Mimesis substitutes illusion for truth, and it does so in seductively pleasurable ways. As art appeals to one's emotion over one's rational mind, it should be curbed in a systematic society. Plato's denigration of mimesis does not seem immediately to have anything to do with gender, although his influential system has important indirect implications that are rife with gendered significance. While placing the eternal, abstract, intellectual world of ideal forms over the transient, particular, sensual world of physical objects, Plato, consciously or unconsciously, had indulged in the creation of certain essentialistic binaries which are deeply correlated with gender asymmetry. There has been difference in opinion regarding the rise of special category of arts designated as fine arts. Some claim that the concept begins to emerge in the Renaissance, while others argue that it is not until the 18th century that fine arts really firms up as a distinct classification. The emergence of fine arts as a distinct class had altogether diminished the mimetic nature of art, favoring the romantic concept of art as a means of self-expression. The focus on fine arts singles out the purely aesthetic values of works of art and positions them so centrally that the very concept of art is narrowed. The art that was appreciated for its beauty was sharply distinguished from other skills that resulted in the production of objects of practical use such as utensils, furniture, etc. The latter came to be termed as craft. Artistic creativity increasingly came to be regarded as a kind of personal expression that externalizes the vision of the individual artist in a work of autonomous value. Craft, by contrast, aims at some practical use. For feminists, the creation of fine art, craft, distinction or binary had indeed played a crucial role in repressing the feminist aesthetics. While there are many objects that are excluded from the category of fine art whose makers are male, those objects of domestic use whose creation are predominantly the occupation of women were all marginalized by this category. This might be the reason that we have very few women artists in painting, music and sculpture. The feminist art had always focused on the depiction of female oppression, female body and sexuality, breaking all the conventional frames of art. For them, their art exhibits aesthetics of experience. Feministic aesthetics is not about a particular style or aesthetics, but is the very act of scrutinizing the gendered nature of dominant art discourse which appeared to be neutral. The French feminists have even challenged the mainstream linguistic discourse introducing the notion of écriture féminine. They asserted the need to formulate a language that could articulate the lived experience of women. Hélène Sexu. Sexus is an Algerian or French feminist writer who is best known for her work The Laugh of Medusa. In the text, she appeals to women to use her body as a source of power and inspiration. The conventional art is vested on the interest of mainstream society, protecting their morality and interest. It was a crime for women to discuss about their body and sexuality. Here, Sexu is overtly challenging all those patriarchal structures by breaking the very language on which this whole system survives. Lucy Irigaray. Irigaray is a Belgian-born French feminist. Her works like Speculum of the Other Woman, published in 1974, and This Sex Which Is Not One, published in 1977, gained her international recognition. Her notion of writing the body is founded upon Sexu's idea of écriture féminine. Julia Kristeva. Kristeva is a Bulgarian French feminist, critic, philosopher and psychoanalyst. Her idea of semiotic as opposed to the notion of symbolic, which was formulated by Lacan, stressed on the presence of a female language in the pre-Oedipal stage. Her works include Powers of Horror, Revolution in Poetic Language, Desire in Language, etc. Feminist art. In spite of the sweeping changes that were brought about by the feminists in the 1970s, there remain meager number of female practitioners in the field of painting, music and sculptures. It was felt that the craft fine art division was not the exclusive reason for the exclusion of women from the artistic discourse. The very anti-art and avant-garde movements addressed by contemporary philosophers were just male-dominated. This resulted in the transformation of feminist art practices as activist movements. This provided more visibility to female artists. The feminist art has questioned the aesthetic value attached with art. The visibility of female body as mere objects for artistic representation was replaced by the visibility of women as potential artists. In brief, feminist artists share a political sense of the historic social subordination of women and an awareness of how art practices have enabled that subordination, which is why the history of aesthetic illuminates their work. The more politically minded artists, especially those who participated in the feminist movement of the 1970s, often turn their art to the goals of freeing women from the oppressions of male-dominated culture. They have openly embraced the need to represent certain tabooed subjects such as menstruation and childbirth, and have also artistically represented the female body from a female perspective. The post-feminist artists have explored the body, gender and the sexual identity of female in their works. The artists of this period were considered as more political than their predecessors. The very idea that sex, gender and sexuality were the mere creations of culture provided more possibilities for these artists. Linda Nochlin. She is prominent feminist art historian. Her critical attention has been chiefly directed in investigating the role of gender in the creation and apprehension of art. Her 1971 essay, Why Have There Been No Great Women Artists?, presented a gender-based perspective to art and also considered the outsider's position of women as a privilege. According to Nochlin, such a position will allow the women to provide a true critique and will also enable her to analyze the politics of gender operating within the domain of art. Audre Lorde. Lorde brought about a new insight into the very feministic philosophy by raising the issue of race. In 1984 came out an essay entitled The Master's Tool Will Never Dismantle the Master's House, which stressed on how women of color are overlooked in visual arts. She urged on the importance of considering intersectionality within feminist art discourses. Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks, in her work Art is My Mind, discusses the need to maintain intersectionality. For her, the lack of visual representation of women has resulted in art being meaningless in the lives of black women. She considers visual arts as a powerful medium for asserting one's identity and self. Aesthetics of everyday life. Moving away from aesthetic world of art dominated by men, feminist aesthetics inquires into the presence of aesthetics in the lived experience of women. Here, the attention has been directed to the personal sphere of women, that is, the everyday life of women and her private body. Scholarship on everyday aesthetic includes examination of craft practices which are often pursued in the home where many women continue to work, and to artistic traditions that do not feature a distinction between fine art and craft. For feminists, cooking, cleaning, arranging furniture and other items have its own aesthetic value which is often sidelined. There is a growing body of philosophy that explores issues about food and eating, which are topics that were hitherto neglected. The absence of certain topics such as pregnancy and motherhood has been explored by the feminist and post-feminist artists. The aesthetics of the body includes the maternal body, the changes that the female bodies undergo during pregnancy, parenthood, birth and nursing. The area of inquiry here is not the depiction of these subjects in art or literature or their dramatization in theatre or film, but the aesthetics of the lived experience itself. Recently, social networking sites were witness to a series of photographs representing pregnancy and motherhood. Though the attempt was severely criticized by the society, one can find an attempt on the part of the feminists to make the society aware about their presence. Now, let's summarize this session. Literature and artistic movements often sprout as an offshoot of a political movement. Started as a movement to attain suffrage for women, feminism has evolved as a social, political and artistic movement gaining visibility for women. Feminist aesthetics have challenged the age-old values associated with Western philosophy of art, which were primarily male-centered. The very distinction between the aesthetics and the practical use of art has rendered an inferior position to women. The attempt of both feminist and post-feminist artists have been to recreate and reconceptualize an aesthetics which would address female experience. Now, I would like to suggest you some assignments based on this topic. How feminism has tried to subvert the age-old binaries pertaining to art and culture. Compare feminist aesthetics and Marxist aesthetics. How feminists have used body as a discourse to define their own sensibilities and philosophy. Post-feminism can be seen as an extension of feminism. State your ideas. Do you agree to the idea that feminism was highly influenced by psychoanalysis? If yes, elaborate. Now here are some references. Blackwell Guide to Feminist Philosophy, edited by Linda Martin Alcoff and Eva Feder-Kete, Blackwell Publishers, published in 2007. Feminist Aesthetics and the Politics of Modernism, written by Eva Plonovka-Syrek, Columbia Publishers, published in 2012. The Master's Tools Will Never Dismantle the Master's House. It's an essay which is compiled in Sister Outsider, Essays and Speeches, edited by Audre Lorde, published in 1984. The Role of Feminist Aesthetics in Feminist Theory. It is published in a journal, the Journal of Aesthetics and Art Criticism by Hilde Heine, published in 1990. Thank you for listening to this session. Hope it was useful.
Welcome you all to the topic Structure of Guidance. One of the important factors that the integration of guidance depends upon is the effective plan of organization from which to draw its principles and practices. Common values can be nurtured and strengthened if they are implemented by recognizable structure. On the other hand, even common orientation is going to be hardly successful if it remains merely a theory or a state of mind. The power of a program comes from its well-defined structure. The values of the guidance program will be effective when people recognize and respect these values generally. They can only be transmitted to those who are seeking help when this basic awareness is generated between the different players within the guidance project. So, organizing becomes a key issue in determining and improving the effectiveness of guidance programs in an institutional setting. This section tries to focus upon the problem of organizing and administering guidance program in a school setting. It deals with guidance services both as they exist and in terms of desired objectives. The problem of organizing guidance poses many difficult problems. Two major factors that contribute to the difficulty of the task are the heterogeneity of the population and the emphasis upon the local control of education. It is neither necessary nor possible to draw up any one or all-inclusive organization. The very imagination of guidance is as something flexible and adaptable to the particular situation in which it is expected to be operating demands further attention. Nevertheless, it is possible to find out some broad principles and conceptual registers that are applicable to any proposed program. As stated earlier, guidance requires a recognizable structure in order to be efficient. It requires administrative personnel to provide leadership and inspiration. The logistics can be left to the local situation, but guidance requires definite structures. These programs are different at the elementary education and secondary education levels. There is an unchanging substratum in all these levels, but there are some needs specific to each stage. To understand these processes in a better way, the following sections try to discuss the various aspects involved in structuring guidance program. organizational planning. A plan for the organization of guidance should take into account certain basic issues involved in planning. Any service, whether new or old, requires the acceptance and leadership of the school administrator. The success of the program further depends upon the state of readiness of the school staff to accept, contribute to, and utilize the service. Similarly, the objectives of the program need to be defined clearly. It should not abandon the existing service completely, but should attempt to forge some connections with existing plans while introducing some new aspects to it. It should be adapted to the unique circumstances inherent in any given setting. Such a service should be developed in harmony with the overall educational program of the school. These considerations can be translated into the following questions. These questions need to be answered in the process of initiating or reorganizing a guidance program in terms of an overall effort. 1. What will be the nature of leadership available to put in place the guidance program? This can be answered in terms of the different guidance personnel involved in the process of providing leadership, such as teachers, counselors, administrators, school board members, and community leaders. Another important related question is up to what extent these members will cooperate with each other. 2. What are the services existing or available in the school or in community, and how to assess these programs professionally and realistically? 3. What are the concrete needs, problems, and characteristics of the pupils which justify the presence of the guidance program? 4. What are the goals or objectives of the guidance program? This requires an in-depth assessment of the tasks to be accomplished with the initiation of guidance services. 5. What are the major services included in the guidance program, and who all can be invited for an efficient supervision of these services? 6. How will the cost of initiating or implementing a new program can be met? 7. What are the standards and recommendations for experts? 8. What are the methods through which the guidance program can be perpetuated after setting it up in a particular fashion? The answers to these questions are significant to the organizing of an effective guidance program. Among them, the most important one is the question of leadership. There is no other factor that could substitute imaginative and flexible leadership. Such a leadership is important to integrate, coordinate, and reinforce the program through the combined strengths of the team. Such a leadership will never dominate or impose ideas on the team. On the contrary, an effective leadership can instill a sense of participation in different team members through goal-oriented and transparent communication methods. Participation is an important idea in the organization of a new program. It helps to avoid organizational resistance against change. The most indispensable link in this is the classroom teachers' participation. Teachers should be on top of what is to be done and the means to implement a specific task. They must also show willingness and readiness to proceed with the new task at hand. Orientation of the faculty thus becomes an important task in the organization of the program. Another crucial task is the integration of classroom interaction with school environment and community's needs. No system functions in socialized needs. No system functions in social isolation, and it is the mutual interaction between these different systems make education essentially a socio-cultural act. In that sense, school and community have identical purpose, and guidance should focus on school-community interaction, and this will give an added impetus to the program. Also, such an interaction helps to mobilize new resources to the program, Some methods of realistic assessment are required to evaluate the existing program to understand the pros and cons of it. This evaluation can provide valuable insights and great starting points for the new program. It would also help to get a realistic picture of the strengths and weaknesses of the existing team. Communication and public relation too are part of organizational jobs related to effective guidance. Communication makes the decision available for the scrutiny of student community and helps them to be aware of the choices and alternatives provided to them. This ensures active participation of students, which further reduces the risk of resistance from them. Before moving into the actual implementation of the guidance program, it is desirable to form temporary guidance committee. This committee can make certain preliminary measures before application and can initiate the aims and procedures by which to guide the very process of organization of guidance. In most cases, the administrative body calls for volunteers from whom a temporary committee can be formed till the permanent committee takes over the program. These temporary committees can do much to lay the groundwork for the successful implementation of the guidance program. This temporary committee can request the service of specialists for an effective appraisal of the program they are planning to implement. The pre-organization committee can also make some moves to ensure community's participation. Temporary committee's effectiveness determines the extent to which to another is moved within the school. Team concept of guidance. The team concept of guidance treats it as a collective task where effective guidance occurs as a result of the cumulative effort of the members of the team. Each member is an integral part of the team, and the absence of any of the member weakens the network significantly. These are chains that must be put in place and must be activated, keeping in mind that each member in the chain is unique and contributes uniquely to the process. The equality among different members too must be articulated clearly so that no single member will be burdened with extra responsibility and no single member will be allowed to take the credit of the guidance work. One accepted rule of thumb for effective functioning is that there is no star performer in the team, but all should make their contribution a star performance, so to speak. Only then can guidance truly function. The different members in the guidance team include administrator, teachers, school counselor, school psychologist, school nurse, school social worker, representatives from parents and student representative. Following is the discussion of the functions of each one of them in the web of relations. Administrator. The duties and responsibilities of the administrator are many and varied. It includes administrative, organizational, research, personnel, scheduling, supplies, curricular and evaluation. On the administrative front, he or she makes adequate provision in budget for people, personnel, services and maintains a cumulative record system. At the organizational front, an effective administrator recognizes the need for guidance, makes staff aware of the need and value of guidance, coordinates the guidance program with members of the staff, provides people personnel committee, coordinates and uses community resources, and gives desirable publicity. Administrator has to work as a researcher too, in which he or she will assess the need of students and availability of qualified personnel. The perceived gaps in skills and expertise need to be filled with recruiting qualified hands. The administrator also schedules the time of counseling and make it flexible, keeping in mind the classroom activity. Administrator can initiate the process of evaluation and provide more in-service training and curricular and non-curricular development desirable to the school. Teachers. According to the integrated approach to guidance, teachers are primary guidance workers who can identify the need for guidance through their close interaction with students in the classroom. A teacher cooperates with the administrator and counselor in the process of guidance. They can provide a climate conducive for psychological development and initiate discussions around the developmental task for each stage in the classroom. Teacher can help counselor in main a case record through providing information regarding the conduct, interest, aptitude and attitudinal disposition of the student. They can also identify an area of maladjustment and refer a student to school counselor. A teacher can ensure the continuity of the guidance program even after the student stops taking referral services. School counselor. School counselor can be considered as a specialist in guidance services, but the effectiveness of counseling depends hugely upon the cooperation of other members in the team. A counselor can design the core of guidance program and make it responsive to the specific needs of the school. The major functions of school counselor includes providing individual guidance, assisting teachers, contributing towards the general program of the school, and assist the school in working closely with the community. Individual counseling sessions are one-to-one interaction in which the counselor helps the individuals to understand their potentials, problems, and capacities. Counselor can help to develop realistic personal goals. Through applying psychological techniques, counselor can help the student to confront and overcome problems at academic, personal, and social functioning. School counselor can help teachers in understanding testing and other appraisal techniques. Sometimes they work closely to help a student who has serious academic or non-academic problems or maladjustment. A counselor can contribute to the school program in a general way through designing and conducting group guidance program and providing in-service training. Through creating proper communication networks with parents, a counselor can act as a liaison between school and community. School psychologist. School psychologist is a specialist whose service is usually made available on call. A school psychologist does not engage in the day-to-day functioning of the school as active as a counselor does. The major functions of school psychologist include diagnosis and remediation of the problems that demand care and attention from a qualified psychology professional. This includes learning disabilities, social withdrawal, attention-related issues, lack of interest, and apathy towards academic activity. Such problems can have deep-seated psychological reasons, and psychologists, whom is an expert of testing and diagnosis, can help the school finding out the nature and gravity of the problem faced by the student. School psychologist handles the referrals and can act as a consultant in service programs. There are many other members whose role and function can be broadly discussed here. They are not indispensable members of the team, but their presence can hugely improve the efficiency of the program. First one among them is school nurse. A nurse is supposed to keep a detailed health report on each child. He can also identify the problems related to orthopedic functioning and problems related to eyes and ears, etc. Nurse can provide valuable information during the process of diagnosis. The next member is the doctor or physician, whose service is required sometimes to understand the presence of problems that contribute to general academic underachievement and psychological malfunctioning. The social worker is a crucial player in setting up the link between home and school. The social worker can bring up issues that might be extraneous to the school, but can affect the school functioning. The cultural issues, community's attitude towards education, socio-economic status of the neighborhood, resources, support and encouragement available to each student from home and community, etc., are important extra academic determinants of the academic work. An effective guidance program should take all these into consideration while designing a program. Representatives from the Parents Association too must be included in the process to make it more effective. Some schools appoint a guidance committee on top of this team to assess and evaluate the guidance program. Conclusion. This chapter has tried to think about guidance as a teamwork. The discussion shows the need to define and systematize the duties and functions of the different members in the guidance program to make these members functional. The team concept has many advantages at the conceptual level, at the practical functioning level. The following discussion tries to understand and highlight some of them. It requires great amount of planning to integrate unique and specialized aspects of guidance. It is difficult to prescribe a generalized format of guidance to all schools in an area or district. What is desirable is each school finding out its own needs and resources, and based on this plan, guidance program in a way that responds the distinct needs of the school. Establishing clear-cut objectives and articulating them is not sufficient for the success of a guidance program. The different actors in the program must be given due chance to perform their duties, and their efforts must be positively acknowledged to enhance performance. Internal appreciations of the guidance program in regular intervals are needed to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the program and the personnel involved in the program. It should take into account the developmental and preventive aspects of guidance. It should spend the resources, energies, and attention on both these functions equally. That would help to avoid breakdowns and enhance constructive behavior. The team model also helps to integrate the school activity with community interactions. This, in a way, gives the program a context and specificity. The involvement of social workers helps preventing the school falling into a view of the school as an isolated entity. Team approach helps for better employee stimulation and coordination. It's helpful in generating feelings of caring and sharing among the team members and increase their productivity through collective problem solving. It also helps to ensure professional standards in the services provided by the school. A team always provides some internal checks and balance system to assess team members' performance. This will make the performance more goal-oriented and objective. The chances of subjective preferences or prejudices creeping into the program cannot be avoided. Team concept arrives at some consensus over the objectives, goals, and means of functioning. This can help avoid subjective problems creeping into guidance program. Let's summarize the important points in the session. This chapter tries to understand the structure of guidance in a school setting. It is essential to define and systematize the duties and functions of the different members in the guidance program to make these members functional. The team concept has many advantages at the conceptual level and at the practical functioning level. The ideal team usually consists of administrator, teacher, counselor, school psychologist, and social worker. Administrator can initiate the guidance program, but the efficiency of the program depends upon the performance of other actors. The different actors in the program must be given due chance to perform their duties, and their efforts must be positively acknowledged to enhance performance. It requires great amount of planning to integrate unique and specialized aspects of guidance. It is difficult to prescribe a generalized format of guidance to all schools in an area or district. What is desirable is each school finding out its own needs and resources, and based on this plan, guidance program in a way that responds the distinct needs of the school. Establishing clear-cut objectives and articulating them is not sufficient for the success of a guidance program. Now, I hope that you will be able to answer these questions given here. What are the problems faced in structuring a guidance program? What is the importance of organizational planning? What is the team concept of structuring? What are the duties of a school counselor? What are the duties of an administrator? Let me recommend a few books for your reference. Guidance in Today's School, Mortensen G. Donald and Schmuller Allen M. 1962, published by John Wiley and Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom, Strang Ruth and Morris Glynn, 1964, published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Thank you for watching this program. Hope that it has been beneficial to you. Take care.
At first, they may not appear to be worthy of attention. They bear no tasty fruit. They grow on that marshy no man's land bordering sea or river, and to only about 1.5 meters in height. Yet today, these diminutive plants are being increasingly recognized as the unsung heroes of the Earth's many biologically complex ecosystems. Mangroves, as these trees are called, are rich in biodiversity and are veritable cradles of a variety of plant, bird, animal and marine life. Situated as they are in the intertidal zone of marine coastal environments and estuarine margins, mangroves play a vital role in preventing soil erosion from floods. While the unique aerial root systems provide a highly protective belt against tidal waves and coastal storms. Mangroves are among the oldest of the Earth's trees, originating, it is believed, around 114 million years ago in the Indo-Malaysian area. The first recorded mention of this ancient genus dates back to reports of their sightings around the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf by Emmrc in 325 BC and Theophrastus in 305 BC. They appear again in that comprehensive 1668 treatise on the flora of the Western Ghats, the Hortus Malabaricus by Van Reed, the then governor of the Dutch Malabar region. Today, mangroves dominate approximately 75% of the world's tropical coastline between 25 degrees north and 25 degrees south latitudes. Home to nearly 84 known species varieties, mangroves provide a breeding ground for marine life, including fish species, shrimps, shellfish, and crabs. An estimated 80% of the global fish catch depends directly or indirectly on mangroves. Mangroves are an ideal nursery habitat for young fish. They provide cooler water with higher oxygen content during the early stages of their lives, as also plenty of food through the accumulation of bacteria and mangrove tree detritus, while their dense, swampy thickets and aerial roots provide a safe haven from the predations of larger animals.
The mudbank formation, it is an operation of marine ecosystem. At the same time, mangroves plays a major role in mudbank formation because all the materials of the mangrove ecosystem, shedding of leaves and after decomposition, everything is deposited in the coastal water.
Home to a rich variety of flora and fauna species, mangroves offer ideal nesting grounds for a wide variety. Mangroves offer ideal nesting grounds for a wide variety of migratory birds. The abundant growth of cyanobacteria in these ecosystems increases the latter's nitrogen content. Mangroves also produce 29 to 75 tons of biomass per hectare. This transforms nutrients on a continuous basis into sources of nitrogen, phosphorus and other beneficial plant nourishment.
Northern part of Kerala, there is a lot of mangrove resources available, and many species are available of mangroves, like for example the Avicennia officinalis, then Avicennia marina, and then we have Soneraceae alba, Rhizophora mucronata, then Bruguiera cylindrica, and then we have the smaller varieties called Acanthus ilicifolius. So these mangroves are able to store carbon, a great quantity of carbon, and not only in its leaves and stems and roots, but also in the sediment. So this actually it reduces the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is a growing concern globally because of the global warming issue, and because of this potential it is very essential to conserve the mangroves.
A 2011 Gujarat Ecology Commission report states that mangroves, through their high carbon sequestration rate of 45 kilograms per acre every day, act as an ideal natural foil against the ever-increasing threat of global warming. Resilient survivors, they are well adapted to their largely hostile coastal environments. For instance, while other plants may perish from the salt water present here, mangroves have not only evolved a unique seawater filtration system, but also one that allows them to extract fresh water from these deposits whenever required. The mangrove's unique aerial root systems absorb high wave energy, thus reducing their impact, especially during cyclones and tidal waves. A good case in point is the 2004 tsunami in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu. It was the presence of dense mangroves in coastal areas like Pichavaram and Mudupet that lessened the scale of tidal devastation in those regions. By serving as a natural barrier between land and sea, mangroves protect the earth from coastal erosion, shrinking shorelines, riverbank erosion, tidal bores, seawater seepage, and intrusion. Mangroves serve as natural sewage treatment plants with their inborn ability to metabolize organic waste. They also purify the water that we drink and the air that we breathe. They absorb impurities and harmful heavy metals from water. By sucking up pollutants from the atmosphere, these tiny coastal watchmen provide us with clean, breathable air. They also collect rainwater during the rainy season and release it gradually into the earth. The local communities in coastal Kerala utilize the nutrient-rich mud from the marshy mudflats of mangroves as fertilizer for a better coconut yield. Mangroves are rich in calcium content. This is helpful for milk production. Thus, mangrove leaves are used as cattle feed in rural areas, saving dairy cows from milk fever, a metabolic disease caused by low blood calcium levels. Like mammals and unlike flowering plants, mangroves are viviparous in nature. That is, they produce live young instead of dormant resting seeds like other plants. These propagules, as they are called, are dispersed through the water around the parent tree or shrub and soon take root elsewhere. Today, mangroves are disappearing 3 to 5 times faster than overall global floral forest species. They represent less than 1% of all tropical forests worldwide. Roughly 50% of the world's mangroves have been wiped out in the last half-century. once occupying about 700 square kilometers of coastal area in the southernmost Indian state of Kerala. Mangroves today cover a mere 17 square kilometers and have been declared a threatened species. Dumping of waste, including plastics and chemicals, is only one of the threats facing the mangrove ecosystem and the species living within it. Yet, all is not lost, for nature's never say die champion. A growing awareness of the crucial role that these trees play in preserving and nurturing a region's ecology has led to efforts by conservationists, institutions, and ordinary nature lovers to work towards the preservation of the world's mangrove wealth. The late Kalain Pokuran was one of the first persons in Kerala to recognize the importance of mangroves and to work towards their preservation. After his death in 2015, at the age of 78, his son P. Raghunathan has continued to uphold and carry forward his father's legacy. Raghunathan today collects, categorizes, and nurtures the saplings of various mangrove species in his nursery for replanting later elsewhere during favorable seasons.
ഈ കണ്ടലിൻ്റെ സീസൺ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സീസണ് ഏകദേശം ഒരു ജനുവരി ഫെബ്രുവരി മാസത്തോടെ തുടങ്ങും. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് ഈ വിത്തെല്ലാം മൂത്തിട്ട് കണ്ടലിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ വീണ് കിടക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ വീണ് കിടക്കുന്ന വിത്ത് തോണിയായിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് പിന്നെ ശേഖരിക്കും. തോണിയിൽ ഒരുപാട് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ഇവിടെ പള്ളിക്കര, താവം, ഇങ്ങനെ പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലും പോയിട്ട് ഈ കണ്ടലിൻ്റെ വിത്ത് ശേഖരിക്കും. ശേഖരിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം വിത്ത് അടുക്കി കെട്ടിവെക്കും. കെട്ടിയിട്ട് മണ്ണിൽ കുത്തിവെക്കും. ആദ്യം മണ്ണ് പാകും. ആ മണ്ണ് പാകിയതിന് ശേഷം ഈ വിത്ത് കെട്ടിയിട്ട് വിത്തിൻ്റെ അടിഭാഗം നിലത്ത് മുട്ടത്തക്ക രീതിയിൽ കുത്തി വെക്കും. 100 കെട്ടുകളായിട്ട് കുത്തി വെക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ കുത്തി വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുറേ കാലത്തേക്ക് ഈ വിത്ത് മോശമാവില്ല. അതിനുശേഷം സ്കൂളിലെ പല കുട്ടികളും വരും, പിന്നെ സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകർ വരും. പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കണം എന്ന് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള മാർഗനിർദ്ദേശം തരണം. അതുകൊണ്ട് സ്കൂൾ കുട്ടികളാണെങ്കിൽ അധ്യാപകർ വന്നിട്ട് ആ കുട്ടികളുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കും. സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകരാണെങ്കിൽ അത് വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ട വിത്തുകൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോകും. അവർ വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കും. ചിലർ സ്വയം തന്നെ വെക്കും. മറ്റു ചിലർ നമ്മളെ കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടുപോയി കൊണ്ട് വെക്കാനുള്ള എല്ലാ മാർഗനിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതിന് ശേഷം വെക്കും. അങ്ങനെ പല കാസർഗോഡ് ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നായാലും കണ്ണൂർ ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നായാലും ഒട്ടനവധി വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളും അധ്യാപകരും സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രവർത്തകരൊക്കെ ഇത് വന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി വെച്ച് പിടിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
Raghunathan is a firm believer in traditional methods of mangrove utilization by local communities in order to preserve the ecosystem. To offset the ecological damage caused by large-scale commercial fish, shrimp and crab farming methods in Kannur district, Raghunathan promotes traditional fish catching methods like manja, an indigenous way of trapping fish with the use of a box-like contraption, and tappal, where fish are caught by hand, much as our earliest forefathers used to do. The use of ring nets to trap crabs and fish is another time-honored and ecologically safe fishing practice that Raghunathan encourages in mangrove habitats. Likewise, he promotes the Pokkali and Kaipat method of farming, in which rice cultivation and aquaculture go together. These are once popular integrated organic farming systems that have fallen into disuse today. This system of farming ensures sufficient nutrient recycling in an area. Ecotourism and community reserve projects are yet other ways to increase public awareness and responsibility in mangrove protection and propagation. Vellikeel in Kerala's Kannur district is one such mangrove ecotourism destination. This reserve was developed without affecting the ecological balance of the mangrove forest. Today, the fresh, clean and invigorating air that visitors breathe here underscores, like nothing else, the importance of mangrove conservation for the future health of our planet and its inhabitants. The Kadalundi Vallikunna Community Reserve is another similar venture. It is the state's first community reserve project and is spread over 150 hectares on the banks of the Kadalundi River. Kottal Ayyappan is a watcher at this reserve. He is one among those who have dedicated their lives to mangrove restoration. Many of these trees have grown from the saplings that Ayyappan had collected from various places in Kerala and replanted here during the reserve's inception. Today, Kadalundi occupies a preeminent position among similar community reserves in the state.
ഞങ്ങൾ 4 വാച്ചർമാരുണ്ട്. ഈ 4 വാച്ചർമാരും 3 പേര് എപ്പോഴും ഫീൽഡിലുണ്ടാവും. ഒരാൾ ഓഫീസിലുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും കണ്ടൽ വെട്ടിയാൽ ഇവിടെ മാത്രമല്ല പുല്ലിപ്പുഴ ചെറുവണ്ണൂർ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളാണ് നോക്കണത്. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഞങ്ങൾ അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേറെ കൂട്ടുകാരൊക്കെ ഫോൺ ചെയ്തിട്ടോ അവിടെ എല്ലാവരും പോവും. അവിടെ നിന്നൊക്കെ ഒരുപാട് കേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബാക്കിയുള്ളതൊക്കെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒഴിവിട്ടുന്ന സമയത്തൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ കണ്ടൽ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ വിത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ പല സ്ഥലത്തും നട്ടു വളർത്തുന്നുണ്ട്.
Ayyappan is ably aided in his mission by a 3-member team. They are a busy foursome, guiding students, teachers and researchers who visit here, sharing their knowledge about mangroves regarding species variety, their peculiar properties, benefits, medicinal values and the need to conserve them today. Alongside, the team monitors activities within the reserve to ensure that there is no pollution or destruction of the habitat.
ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി പഠിക്കാനായിട്ട് കോളേജ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ഓരോ യൂണിറ്റുള്ള കുടുംബശ്രീ അങ്ങനെ പല ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ക്ലബ്ബുകളായിട്ടും നമുക്ക് കണ്ടലിനെ പറ്റി പഠിക്കാൻ ഇവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർക്ക് വേണ്ട ഒരു 1 ഡേ ക്യാമ്പാണ് ഇവിടെ നടത്താറുള്ളത്. അവർക്ക് കണ്ടലിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള ക്ലാസ്, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഉച്ചഭക്ഷണം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ പക്ഷികളെ പറ്റി, വിദേശ പക്ഷികൾ വരുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ്. സെപ്റ്റംബർ ടു മാർച്ചാണ് പക്ഷികളുടെ സമയം. പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് അമേരിക്ക, യൂറേഷ്യ, നൈജീരിയ, പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വിസയില്ലാതെ എത്തുന്ന ഈ ദേശാടന പക്ഷികൾ നമ്മുടെ കടലുണ്ടിയിലെത്തുമ്പോൾ അവയെപ്പറ്റി പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താനും ഒക്കെ അവർക്ക് ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കാറുള്ളത്.
Elsewhere in the district, at Sir Syed College at Taliparamba, young student P.V. Abdullah Muhammad is scripting his own story in mangrove conservation. Abdullah's interest in the subject took root under his teacher, P.V. Prabhakaran, at the Government Welfare Higher Secondary School at Cherukunna in Kannur district. Ever since, this young student has been busy planting saplings of different species of mangroves along the shores of rivers and water bodies in the region. Soon, he had gathered together a dedicated band of mangrove lovers who, guided by their teachers, have converted 4 acres of nearby land into a rich mangrove forest at their school at Cherukunna. Now pursuing his degree at the Sir Syed College at Taliparamba, Abdullah still takes time off to visit the school's mangrove forest frequently and guide the students there in their efforts at mangrove conservation and propagation. The young man also organizes nature classes and mangrove awareness campaigns in his college. One such campaign is a poster design program that he has launched with the support of his teachers and the campus nature club. Abdullah believes that creating awareness is crucial in reducing the conversion of mangrove forests for other land uses. For nearly 80% of Kerala's existing mangroves are situated on private lands. Abdullah is also involved in highlighting the long-term benefits of mangroves among local communities in such areas as the role of mangroves in groundwater recharging, protection from erosion and tidal damage, in chemical pollution absorption, oxygen production, pollution filtration, and heavy metal removal. Such awareness campaigns, Abdullah feels, will go a long way in fostering a spirit of mangrove conservation and preservation. Not surprisingly, Abdullah's subject for his degree is biochemistry. Under the guidance of Professor Shrija, a well-known figure in mangrove research, Abdullah is researching the response of a mangrove associate, Acrosticum aureum, to salinity stress and the plant's physiological and biochemical response towards salinity. Also known as mangrove fern or golden leather fern, Acrosticum aureum is the only pteridophyte genus found in the mangrove ecosystem. Abdullah is studying the plant's ecophysiological activities, phytochemical characteristics, medicinal and antimicrobial properties for his research.
My research project is mainly about the mangrove species Acrosticum aureum, and I am focusing about the physiological and biochemical aspects of mangrove species, and especially Acrosticum aureum and related plants have a stress tolerant activity. Then I use the instrument GCMS for the analysis of the small or minute compounds were present in a plant. Then the most important property of the mangrove species is stress tolerant activity, especially salinity tolerance is the main for mangrove species.
Thanks to the efforts of activists like Abdullah and other researchers and teachers, the Sir Syed College is fast emerging as a research center in mangroves.
Sir Syed College have two research departments, botany and chemistry. These two research departments are exclusively promoting the mangrove based research. Recently we have got a program from central government, that is Department of Science and funded by Department of Science and Technology FIST program, in which the program is exclusively for promoting the particular mangrove species research, and thereby we are purchased two important instruments, gas chromatography and FTIR. These gas chromatography instruments are purely used for the research of this particular species. In mangrove, there are some of the mangroves are medicinal, especially Abyssinia and Rhizophora species have medicinal property. Some of the research scholars are working with these species to elaborate or to establish the medicinal value of this particular species. We have 43 research scholars, and most of the research scholars are still working with the physiological aspects and anatomical, physiological and biochemical aspects of the medicinal plants.
Just as the mangrove is the uncelebrated star in the firmament of a biodiverse environment, people like Ayyappan, P. Raghunath and Abdullah are themselves the unheralded champions in the field of mangrove conservation. Together, they are nature's hardy foot soldiers, fighting in the front ranks where land meets water and where the past meets the future.
Library automation software. Library automation is the general term for information and communication technologies that are used to replace manual systems in libraries. It is the use of computer-based systems in libraries for accessing, storing, organizing and managing information for library management. This covers usually housekeeping operations such as acquisition, serial controlling, cataloging, circulation and administration work. The word automation has been derived from the Greek word automate, which means something which has the power of spontaneous motion of self-operations. Library automation can be defined simply as the use of computer and networking technologies in the library. According to the Encyclopedia of Information and Library Sciences, automation is the technology concerned with a design and development of the process and systems that minimize the necessity of human intervention in their operations. Library automation started in 1960s in the United States of America. Since then, the trend of library automation has been spreading all across the world. Hundreds of library automation software packages have been developed and run successfully in libraries. In the last decade, library automation has undergone a transformation that reflects the changing definitions of library service in general and access to resources in particular. The widespread use of the Internet and increased reliance on e-resources compelled libraries to adopt new means of methods for knowledge management and information services. Integrated library systems. An integrated library system ILS, also known as a library management system LMS, is an enterprise resource planning system for a library used to track items owned, orders made, bills paid and patrons who have borrowed. An ILS usually comprises a relational database, software to interact with that database and two graphical user interfaces, one for library users and one for library professionals. Most ILS separate software functions into discrete program call modules, which are then integrated into a unified interface. Example of modules include acquisition, cataloging, circulation, serials and the OPAC. Each user and document has a unique ID in the database that allows the ILS to track its activities. Integrated systems are particularly useful for library users. For example, while viewing a bibliographic record in the online catalog, a user can also see that the document has been checked out and note the date on which it is due back to the library. At the same time, the privacy of borrowers can be protected by preventing users from viewing borrower information. Users looking at an integrated system's online catalog can also see that a document has been ordered but not yet received by the library. In a non-integrated system, such information would be restricted to library staff who would view it only through the acquisition module. The use of Relational Database Management System RDBMS and client-server architecture made integrated systems more efficient and functional. Client-server architecture and standardized protocol for passing information from one system to another have facilitated the integration of outside information sources into local systems. For example, an online ordering system might allow a librarian to search a publisher's bibliographic database, select records of books to be purchased, and download those records from the publisher's database into the library catalog. Also, some libraries with expanded integrated systems offer users access through their local OPACs to the other bibliographic and non-bibliographic databases, both inside and outside the library, and to OPACs of other libraries. Open source library automation software. Open source software OSS refers to a computer program or software in which the source code is available to the general public for use and or modification from its original design free of charge. Open source code is typically created as collaborative effort in which programmers improve upon the code and share the changes within the community. There are several advantages of using open source software, such as lesser hardware cost, no vendor lock-ins, integrated management, simple license management, lower software costs, abundant support, etc. Many open source software applications make use of other open source components. A common approach involves LAMP, Linux, Apache, MySQL and Perl or PHP. These components form the basis for many open source products. Open source software can have a major impact on libraries and information centers. Open source library automation software can be used for integrating all the activities and routines of libraries. Koha and Evergreen are two popular open source integrated library systems. Koha Open Source Integrated Library Systems was developed in 1999 by Katipo Communications, New Zealand. Koha is considered as a highly sophisticated web-based ILS with a SQL database backend and accessible via C39.50 or SRU. The user interface of Koha is very configurable and adaptable and has been translated into many languages. In 1999, when the Horowenua Library Trust (HLT) in New Zealand was looking for a Y2K compliant replacement for their library system, Katipo Communications proposed a new system using open source tools to be released under the General Public License or the GPL. Koha went live at HLT in January 2000 and was the world's first open source integrated library system and is distributed under GNU GPL licenses. It runs on different platforms including Linux, Mac OS X, FreeBSD, Solaris and Windows. Originally developed on the Linux platform, Koha is written in Perl using the Apache web server and has better support for multi-RDBMS like MySQL, PostgreSQL. The OPAC interface is in CSS with XHTML. It supports all major library standards such as MARC, C39.50 and SRU. Koha supports the Zebra full-text search engine as a backend in addition to MySQL or PostgreSQL. Records are stored internally in an SGML-like format and can be retrieved in MARC XML, Dublin Core, MODS, RSS, Atom, RDF-DC, SRWDC, OAI-DC and EndNote. Koha's default installation supports running Zebra, which is configured to support SRU queries on bibliographic and authority data. Koha Integrated Library Management System has the following major features and functions. Online Public Access Catalog or OPAC. The OPAC is web-based and there is no need to install any software on a user's machine. Web-based circulation interface. The software can handle issue, return, transfer, etc. through a web interface. There is no need to install any special software on staff computer once it is connected with the internet or the intranet. User records management. It allows management of detailed information about each person that is registered as a library user. Online renewals and reservation of items by users. Library users can self-renew their checkouts and make reservations. This will reduce the traffic at the circulation desk and free staff for other value-added services. Borrower history comments and tags. Borrowers can comment and review books, tag them and view their reading history. They can also view their records and make purchase suggestions. Customizable search. A library can choose the fields they want on their search form. For example, a search by author, title, subject and keywords. There is also an advanced search option. Acquisitions. This includes orders from vendors, budgets and pricing information. Serials. It allows easy cataloging of journals and journal articles. Users can view their holding information through the OPAC. Book bags and virtual shelves. Users can have a virtual library where they keep books specific to their needs. Multilingual OPAC. Koha allows users to view the OPAC in different languages depending on the language chosen by the library. Overdue fines and notices. Koha manages overdue fines and notices that can be sent to users by email. Barcode printing. Koha fully supports the use of barcodes, thereby removing the chances of human error. Security. Koha provides effective security measures to protect unauthorized persons from accessing the system. For example, registered users are required to sign in with their username and password to perform certain functions on the library database. Reports and statistics. Koha can generate management reports and statistics in cataloging, acquisitions, serials and circulation. The additional features of Koha include Web 2.0 facilities like tagging, comment, social sharing and RSS feeds, label, user cards, creator, task scheduler, overdue notices, log reviewer, SQL builder and many others. Evergreen. Evergreen is an open source integrated library system developed by the Georgia Public Library Service for Public Information Network for Electronic Service PINES. It is used by thousands of libraries around the world. The Evergreen project was initiated by Georgia Public Library System in 2006 to serve their need for a scalable catalog shared by more than 275 public libraries in the state of Georgia. After Evergreen was released, it has since been adopted by a number of library consortia in the US and Canada, as well as various individual libraries outside of North America. The Evergreen community is also marked by a high degree of participation by the librarians who use the software and contribute documentation, bug reports and organizational energy. As such, Evergreen is very much about both the developer and the user. Because of the nature of ILSs, Evergreen has an interesting mixture of functionality. Evergreen is written primarily in Perl and PostgreSQL with a few optimized sections rewritten in C. The catalog interface is primarily in JavaScript with XHTML and the user interface is written in Mozilla XUL. The user interface for most new staff client functionality is being built with the Dojo Toolkit JavaScript framework. Evergreen runs on Linux server and uses PostgreSQL for its backend database. The staff client use in day-to-day operations by library staff runs on Microsoft Windows, Macintosh or Linux and is built on XUL Runner, a Mozilla-based runtime that uses the same technology stack as Firefox and allows for a browser-independent offline mode. Evergreen's major features include circulation, for staff to check items in and out to users. Cataloging, to add items to the library's collection and input information, classifying and indexing those items. Online public access catalog, a public catalog or discovery interface for users to find and request books, view their account information and save book information in Evergreen book bags. Acquisitions, for staff to keep track of those materials purchased, invoices, purchase orders, selection list, etc. Statistical reporting, flexible, powerful reporting for retrieval of any statistical information stored in the database. SIP 2.0 support, for interaction with computer management software, self-check machines and other applications. Search or retrieve via URL and Z39.50 servers. Proprietary library automation software. Proprietary software or closed source software is a computer software licensed under exclusive legal rights of the copyright holder with the intent that the licensee is given the right to use the software only under certain conditions and restricted from other uses such as modification, sharing, studying or redistribution or reverse engineering. Usually, the source code of proprietary software is not made available. Proprietary library automation software have been available for many years, have reached a high level of maturity and remain the dominant approach used for library automation. Soul and eGranthalaya are two Indian-made commonly used proprietary library automation software. SOL, Software for University Libraries, is state-of-the-art integrated library management software designed and developed by the Inflibinet Center based on requirements of colleges and university libraries. It is a user-friendly software developed to work under client-server environment. The software is compliant to international standards for bibliographic formats, networking and circulation protocols. After a comprehensive study, discussions and deliberations with the senior library professionals of the country, the software was designed to automate all housekeeping operations in libraries. The software is suitable not only for the academic libraries but also for all types and sizes of libraries, even school libraries. The latest version of the software, that is SOL 2.0, is released in January 2009. The database for new version of SOL is designed with latest versions of MS SQL and MySQL or any other popular RDBMS. SOL 2.0 is compliant to international standards such as Mark 21 bibliographic format, Unicode-based universal character sets for multilingual bibliographic record, and NCIP 2.0 and SIP2 based protocols for electronic surveillance and control. The major features and functionalities of SOL are Unicode-based multilingual support for Indian and foreign languages, compliant to international standards such as Mark 21, AACR2, Mark XML, compliant to NCIP 2.0 protocol for RFID and other related applications, especially for electronic surveillance and self-checkout and check-in. Client-server based architecture, user-friendly interface that does not require extensive training, support multi-platform for bibliographic database such as MySQL, MS SQL or other RDBMS, supports cataloging of electronic resources such as e-journals, e-books, virtually any type of material, supports requirement of digital library and facilitates link to full-text articles and other digital objects, support online copy cataloging from Mark 21 supported bibliographic database, provides default template for data entry of different types of documents. Users can also customize their own data entry templates for different types of documents, provides freedom to users for generating report of their choice and format along with template and query parameters, supports ground level practical requirement of the libraries such as stock verification, book bank, vigorous maintenance functions, transaction level enhanced security, etc. Provides facility to send reports through emails, allows users to save the reports in various formats such as Word, PDF, Excel, etc. Highly versatile and user-friendly OPAC with simple and advanced search. OPAC users can export their search results into PDF, MS Excel and Mark XML format. Supports authority file of personal name, corporate body, subject headings and series name. Supports data exchange through ISO 2709 standard, provides simple budgeting system and single window operation for all major circulation functions, strong region-wise support for maintenance through regional coordinators, strong online and offline support by email, chat and through dedicated telephone line during office hours, and available at an affordable cost with strong institutional support. eGranthalaya. eGranthalaya is a library automation software from National Informatics Center, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Government of India. The software has been designed by a team of experts from software as well as library and information science discipline. The software has been designed keeping in view the requirements of special and government libraries. The software contains various modules like administration, acquisition, cataloging, circulation, serials control, articles indexing, budgets control, OPAC, etc. The software can be implemented either in standalone or in client-server mode, where database and web OPAC are installed on the server PC while the data entry program is installed on client PCs. The software provides LAN or web-based data entry solutions for a cluster of libraries where centralized common database can be created with union catalog output. The software provides web OPAC interface to publish the library catalog over the internet or the intranet. The software runs on Windows platform only, Unicode compliant, that supports data entry in local languages. eGranthalaya was started as an in-house project at Karnataka State Centre of NIC Bangalore, and the first version of the software was designed for the public libraries in the state. The software is provided at zero cost to the ministries, departments, public, academic universities, colleges and school libraries. Besides library setups in public and private sector may also approach the NIC for free copy of the software. The support, training, maintenance, migration, etc. are provided on payment basis by the NIC, NICSI empanelment agency. The following are the major features and functionality of the software. Runs on Windows platform only. Win XP, Vista, 7, Server 2003-2008. Provides local LAN, WAN based data entry solutions. Unicode compliant, supports data entry in local language. Module-wise permission to the software users. Workflow as per Indian libraries. Retroconversion as well as full cataloging modes of data entry, authority files, master tables for authors, publishers, subjects, etc., multi-volume, multi-copy and child-parent relationship pattern, download catalog records from internet, Seed 39.50 client search built-in, exhaustive report for print, export records in CSV text file, Mark 21, Mark XML, ISO 2709, MS Access and Excel formats. Print accession register, search module built-in with basic advanced Boolean parameters, library statistics reports, CAS SDI services and documentation bulletin, updated regularly with enhanced features, compact, summary, detailed report options, generate bibliography, data entry statistics built-in, news clipping services built-in, digital library integration with uploading, downloading of PDF, HTML, etc. documents, serials control system for subscription with auto-generate schedule, budget modules with bill register generation, manages multi-budget head, import data from any structured source, well-exhaustive web-based OPAC interface with separate membership module. Automation of libraries is critical for improved library services. As such, libraries should choose the most appropriate software for automation to fulfill their specific objectives. Libraries should analyze their users' needs, current infrastructure available, consult with colleagues and library professionals, and preview and test the software before its selection. As libraries make decisions about what software to use when automating their operations, it is vital for librarians to have solid grasp of the available options. Traditionally, libraries purchased integrated library systems from vendors who make proprietary software. However, open source integrated library automation software has become much more popular in the recent years with the support of various communities and developers. Before we attend the next session, please try to answer the following questions. What is library automation? What is an integrated library system? What is open source software? What are the major features of Koha integrated library system? What are the major functions of SOL? Here are some books for your reference. Automating Library Operations at the Delta State University Library, Nigeria, Library High-Tech News, E. Adomi, O.B. Adobji, 2005. Feasibility of adopting Open Source ILS for Libraries in Kenya, a Practical Evaluation, the Electronic Library. B.A. Amolo, 2013. Open Source Tools for Enhancing Full-Text Searching of OPACs, Use of Koha, Greenstone and Fedora. Program, Electronic Library and Information Systems. K.T. Anuradha, Shivakaminathan and Arun Kumar, 2011. Library Automation, Design, Principle and Automation, New Delhi, Allied Publishers, L.J. Haravu, 2004. With that, we come to the end of this session. We will be back with another update on library sciences. Until then, goodbye.
Today we have Professor Bala R. Iyer from Raman Institute with us. Professor Bala, after completing his PhD from Mumbai University in 1980, he joined Raman Research Institute. Professor Bala is also an expert, a leading astrophysicist, particularly in the fields of general theory of relativity and gravitational waves, and we are very fortunate to have him here and discuss with us the new trends in these fields. And I would take this opportunity to welcome Professor Bala onto this discussion, and I am sure in the coming lectures we will be very benefited by his talks. Bala, I would like to ask you one important question at the beginning. What is the need to go for general theory of relativity in order to understand the astrophysical phenomena? Can you please explain that to us?
Thank you, Babu, for getting me here to this conference, which helped me share my excitement over the subject with the audience. Basically, one should remember that general theory of relativity, which was Einstein's triumph and which started with Einstein's modification of Newton's theory of gravitation, was a theory which came about in 1916. However, for a large amount of time, it has remained a subject which was thought to be very difficult, very exotic, and very irrelevant to the rest of physics. However, the situation changed drastically in the 1950s, because suddenly it was discovered that the universe was not a very mild place. Discoveries in radio astronomy told us that the universe was a very violent place, and the large scale energy processes in the universe could only be explained by considering them as gravitational effects. Therefore, suddenly in the area of astrophysics there opened a new subject called the subject of relativistic astrophysics, and this was necessary to understand the phenomena related to quasars in regard to things like the pulsars, the neutron stars, and eventually the cosmic microwave background. So today one would say that general relativity is a part of the astrophysics, and therefore if a student wants to seriously do astrophysics, he cannot but understand general theory of relativity. Only then he has a complete understanding of what is happening in the universe.
We know that in the macroscopic world most of the equations are very well explained in terms of the Newton's laws of motion, and the astrophysical bodies have been explained in terms of the Newton's law of gravitation. If these are two highly successful theorems which are formulated by Newton, now where exactly is the need for the formulation of special theory of relativity by Einstein, and which latter he refined to formulate the revolutionary general theory of relativity. If you can explain and link the Newton's equations of motion to the special theory of relativity and general theory of relativity, that will be highly beneficial to all the people who are interested in working in this area.
Well, the journey is a very fascinating one, and to sort of say it briefly, one says one can try to look at what was the situation in the early 1900 when Einstein came into the situation. So it was known, as you rightly pointed out, that the basic interactions with which one understood the universe was basically related to electromagnetism and the theory of gravitation. And rightly, as you pointed out, Newton's theory of gravitation was very successful in explaining many things which we knew about the solar system. So then what was really there which made Einstein rethink this fantastic matching? So the basic thing really is related to the fact that though people realize that the equations of electromagnetism were well known, still there was something about it which was sort of mysterious, and this was related to the way one considered the propagation of light. For example, if you look at the speed of light, it was known that even though one considered the speed of light to be a universal kind of value, it implied either that the speed of light was a particular value relative to some unique frame, or it was the value which every observer would sort of measure. Experiments really seem to show that irrespective of the state of motion of the observer, you always found that the speed of light did not change. Because of this, Einstein was forced to reconsider the equations of mechanics, which predicted that the speed of light would be different in different frames of reference. And when trying to understand this, he basically realized that if you believed that the laws of physics would be the same for all observers, whether they are at rest or whether they are in the state of uniform motion, and together with this you assume that the speed of light was the same for all inertial observers, then immediately you realize that the laws of mechanics as we knew them needed to be modified. So this led us to the special theory of relativity. Now in 1907, when Einstein was reviewing the special theory of relativity, he sort of realized that his job was only half done, because he had not considered the other major interaction with which we understood the universe, that is the force of gravitation. He realized that the force of gravitation was still described by an instantaneous interaction, and according to special theory of relativity, no interaction could propagate faster than the speed of light. We also sort of realized that within Newton's theory of gravitation, the source of the gravity was just the rest mass of a body. However, relativity told us that all forms of energy are equivalent to mass. So if you really believe in the special theory of relativity, it was more natural that the source of gravity should be something more general than the rest mass of a body, that is the energy momentum content of the body itself. These kind of general ideas, together with a very deep insight which Einstein had, and this is related to the fact that every observer in a uniform gravitational field falls with the same acceleration. This fact was known to Galileo, it was known to Newton, and Einstein felt that such a fundamental property of the equations of gravity should find a reflection in the theory of gravity itself. So from 1907 to 1915, Einstein went through a series of steps which basically generalized the special theory of relativity to allow for observers who are in general accelerated. It also tried to understand the consistency of gravity with the special theory of relativity, and finally he arrived at what we call today as the general theory of relativity.
Bala, we all know that the Newtonian equations are mostly used in the Euclidean geometry, whereas the Einstein's equations are all developed in the non-Euclidean geometry. So we would like to know what is the fundamental difference between Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry, and how the formulation of non-Euclidean geometric equation simplified the formulation and understanding of the general theory of relativity. It would be very beneficial to all of us if you can tell a few lines about that.
It is interesting to sort of see that historically, in fact, the question which you asked is how Einstein actually arrived at our present understanding of the general theory of relativity. Because, as I explained to you, in 1907, Einstein realized the central role which the equivalence principle should play in the formulation of the theory of gravitation. This basically told him that when you consider a theory of gravitation, in addition to considering observers in uniform motion, you should consider observers who are accelerated. In more generally, you have to consider that all observers, irrespective of their state of motion, are valid observers for whom the laws of physics should take the same form. So once you allow accelerated observers as being legitimate observers to describe the theory of gravitation, Einstein realized that if you looked at a thought experiment considering of a rotating disk, now if you take a rotating disk and try to measure the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, if the disk is not rotating, you would get the expected answer of pi. Einstein argued that in the rotating disk, if you had a measurement of the circumference by putting rods along the circumference, these rods would be Lorentz contracted, whereas the rods which measured the diameter, which would be along the radii or along the diameter, they would not undergo Lorentz contraction. So if you try to measure the ratio of circumference to diameter in an accelerated frame, a rotating frame, remember, is an accelerated frame, then you would not get an answer equal to pi. This is a reflection of the fact to a mathematician that the geometry is different from the flat geometry. It is a non-Euclidean kind of geometry. However, Einstein argued that the effects of acceleration and the effects of uniform gravitational field, they are sort of similar. So if accelerated frames of reference are equivalent to non-Euclidean geometry, indeed a description of gravity should also involve non-Euclidean geometry. So finally Einstein realized that if you want to simply describe gravity, it is better to describe it as a non-Euclidean geometry rather than assuming from the start that it is described by Euclidean geometry.
So am I right in saying that the so-called acceleration is essentially a geometrical manifestation? Is that the way you put it? Is a manifestation of the geometry in the non-Euclidean space?
Yeah. So I would sort of state it slightly differently. I would sort of say that it gave Einstein the clue that the accelerated effects of acceleration can be simply thought of as equivalent to a non-Euclidean geometry, and by the equivalence principle this should apply equally to the gravitational field, because by experiments you cannot distinguish between the effects of acceleration and the effects of the gravitational field. So it is more natural to assume that gravity is manifested by the non-Euclidean nature of space-time.
Okay. In the electromagnetic theory, we know that the energy exchange is through what we know as photon, with Planck's constant H playing a very important role. If that is so, do we have a similar type of energy exchange? I don't want to call it as a photon because our mindset is on electromagnetic theory as far as photon is concerned. So I would say, if there is a energy exchange in terms of quanta, what would you like to name that energy quanta which is carried over in the gravitation? I would like to get a clear picture on, is there a way really we can distinguish and identify this quantum of gravitational energy?
Well, this question on the one hand has a simple answer in analogy with electromagnetism, but as I will explain towards the end of my answer, the problem is that this answer is still at the level of speculation and not conclusively proved as in the case of electromagnetism. Let me answer the question first simply. Indeed, if one thinks of the general theory of relativity as a theory of the gravitational field, if one thinks of the fact that there is a field theory, and therefore just as we have the theory of quantum electrodynamics, which is the quantum version of Maxwell's equations, which is a classical field theory, one can imagine that the force of gravity would also be described by a field theory, and if such a quantum field theory existed, indeed gravity would be explained by exchange of particles which can be called as gravitons. However, even though the general theory of relativity and quantum mechanics and quantum field theory have been around for many years, even today we cannot put together the principles of general relativity and the principles of quantum mechanics and construct a consistent quantum theory of gravity. So even though we believe that there will be eventually a picture of gravity as being mediated by gravitons, I would not say that we have proved this. What we can say is that we believe that general relativity is equivalent to a field theory. Now this field theory is different from the field theory of electromagnetism because the carriers are of spin 2. Remember that photons are of spin 1. The gravitons are supposed to be massless, exactly like the photons. That is why gravity has long range. But the whole point is that the photon itself does not carry charge. So the theory of electromagnetism is a linear kind of theory. The graviton carries energy, and since every form of energy gravitates, gravity is a nonlinear theory. So if you try to construct a quantum theory of gravitation, you have to start from a linear theory but add on nonlinearities. It turns out that though you can do this, there are technical difficulties related to what are called as the normalization properties of these particular theories, and therefore even today we don't have a consistent quantum theory of gravity. This is an important frontier area of research which has been pursued for many years up till now, but even today there is no consistent quantum theory of gravity. So even though the picture is there, I don't think we have a real quantum theory of gravity. So one should be careful when one uses the notion of gravitons within the general theory of relativity.
I would also like to know more about the gravitational waves and what is the significance of the gravitational waves. Do they really exist, and if they do exist, are we in a position to identify them, and what is the signature and how do we identify them, and what is the actual physics which it is leading to? And then I will also add a more question to that. Can you also describe what actually the gravitational lensing means? I will be very thankful if you can explain that.
As I explained to you that the basic role which general relativity is going to play is in astrophysics. Now when Einstein put out to his general theory of relativity, he basically also sort of realized that unlike in Newton's theory, light is affected by the gravitational field, and therefore if you have starlight passing through the field of a star like the sun, then it would be deflected. Now once you have a deflection of light, then immediately you sort of realize that therefore when you look at the images formed by gravitational fields, then those images would have different positions from the true positions which they occupy in the sky. Therefore in some sense the gravitational field acts like a lens media. It's like a refractive media, and therefore you see that the effect of large scale gravitational field is to create virtual images of bodies in the universe. So therefore the picture which we see of objects in the universe are in some sense the images or gravitational mirages being created by the large scale gravitational fields. And today such measurements can be made, and therefore when you look at the large scale structure of the universe, you can say something about the large scale distribution of galaxies if you looked at the images which are created by lensing in the universe. Now the other question which you asked about gravitational waves, that is another very exciting area of research, because even though Einstein predicted the theory that from the general theory of relativity that gravitational waves should exist in analogy with electromagnetic waves, because of the fact that the gravitational interaction is 10 raised to 39 times weaker compared to the electromagnetic interaction, you find that the strength of the gravitational wave and hence the ability to detect gravitational wave is so much weaker. So even though electromagnetic waves were discovered and in the lab immediately 2 or 3 a few years after Maxwell predicted them by Hertz in the laboratory, even today 100 years after the gravitational waves were predicted, we have not been able to see gravitational waves directly in the laboratory. This does not mean that gravitational waves have not been seen indirectly, because there are astrophysical systems like the binary pulsar which can be used to indirectly predict that gravitational waves indeed will have effects on them. And in 1974, Hulse and Taylor discovered what is called as the binary pulsar. Binary pulsars allow you to reconstruct the orbit of these pulsars very, very accurately, and in Newton's theory these pulsars would move on fixed orbits, and therefore the orbits would not decay. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravitational waves are emitted by these systems, and therefore the orbits, instead of being closed orbits, would be inspiraling orbits. This changed orbit, this inspiraling orbit, has been measured, has been reconstructed by observations which were made by Hulse and Taylor, and this gave these gentlemen a Nobel Prize in 1993. So there is indirect evidence that gravitational waves exist, and therefore the challenge today is to try to directly detect gravitational waves on the Earth. Do we do them today? Do we have experiments which can detect these gravitational waves today? Indeed, there are already experiments in progress. Since in the early 90s, there have been laser interferometers built in the US and in Europe. These detectors are called LIGO and Virgo. These detectors can detect have so much sensitivity that they can see the gravitational wave being emitted by strong sources like binary pulsars or binary black holes and so on. So these detectors, which have currently reached their design sensitivity, are expected to get sensitivities 10 times more in the next few years, and once that happens, we believe that gravitational waves would eventually be detected by detectors on the Earth, and this will be the beginning of a new kind of astronomy which is currently referred to as gravitational wave astronomy. And the picture which this is going to give us of the universe is going to be very, very different from what we know from electromagnetism.
It would be nice if you can explain what is the current status of the experimental position in India as compared to our Western brothers in the field of gravitational waves and identification of the so-called what you mentioned as graviton, and how do we go about, and exactly where are we? Are we at the beginning of this field? Are we quite far away compared to, as I mentioned, our Western brothers? Can you please throw some light on that?
Okay, the situation is the following. Now, I would like to sort of mention that the enterprise of gravitational wave detection has become an enterprise like in particle physics. The LIGO detector has what is called as the LIGO Science Collaboration, which has about 600 researchers, about 40 to 50 institutions, and all these people cooperate in analyzing the data which comes out of this particular detector. So currently, if you look at a paper which is written from the data which comes out from this particular detector, it is almost like a particle physics paper with which you are sort of familiar. The list of authors is almost bigger, it has almost runs over one page. Yeah. Now the whole point is, therefore, gravitational wave detection is a very cooperative kind of phenomena, and over the last few years me and my students at RRI have been involved in theoretical calculations of binary black holes or binary neutron stars in collaboration with my French colleagues, and we have been participating in this particular experiment by constructing theoretical waveforms which are required for the data analysis. At IUCAA, my colleague Professor Sanjeev Dhurandhar has led a group and has been involved in doing data analysis for the gravitational wave efforts, and is part of the LIGO Science collaborations. So you will find him as and his students as authors on these LIGO papers. Unfortunately, we don't have any experimental activity in this particular area in the country. That does not mean that we cannot do that. So recently, over the last couple of years, in collaboration with colleagues at IUCAA, Professor Sanjeev Dhurandhar and Tarun Sauradeep, and Professor Unni Krishnan at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, we are looking at a feasible study for a gravitational wave experiment involving India in collaboration with the Australians, who have their own proposal for a detector which is called IGO. So currently we are trying to see whether in collaboration with the Australians we can set up an experimental facility in Australia, and later on, let's say about 2020, whether we can build our own detectors. I should like to sort of point out that gravitational wave detection is a very cooperative effect because of the fact that the signals are very weak. Only when you have a network of detectors can you be sure that the event is definitely there. So because of this, there is a large amount of cooperation between all the detector groups, and therefore we hope that the feasibility report turns out to be positive, and eventually we will put our feet out by trying to get up a prototype detector first and then participate in an Australian effort in collaboration, and eventually come with our own detector in about 10 to 15 years. I would like to sort of add, your question is very, very pertinent, because many times we are interested in getting into a field, but we usually get into a field much after the field has matured. If we make the same mistake in this particular case, I believe we will lose an important opportunity. So in our considered opinion, it is the right epoch to get into this particular effort. If we start the effort now, we have a chance 10 years from now to be there when the gravitational wave astronomy opens a new window to the universe. If it does not happen, I think we will lose a chance, and therefore I think that it is very, very important for our funding agencies to take this proposal seriously, assess it, and make a decision about going ahead with it as early as possible. If not, we will miss a chance to be part of an exciting opening window which is happening right now.
In the present day context, there are so many thrilling research papers coming out in the gravitational field, and several youngsters are interested in pursuing these studies. So what will be your advice for them to enter this field, and how should they go about, and how should they decide on which actual topic or choose the problem for their career? Can you please explain that?
Well, currently, as I told you, there are very small groups at RRI and IUCA which can help students work for, do their research in areas of source modeling and gravitational wave data analysis. But as I said, it is a limited kind of success. We really have to encourage young people to get into the gravity wave experiments. So what I would say is that the younger people who want to take up challenges, they can be people from engineering backgrounds or from physics backgrounds. They should get in touch with the people who are now trying to set up prototype facilities. For example, as I explained to you, we are hoping to set up a prototype in TIFR under Professor Unnikrishnan. Some initial experiments will start off right away. So I would say that if people get in touch with people who are planning these experiments, they can get trained in the different aspects which are involved in these particular experiments. Our colleagues in the US have also agreed to sponsor a few students under their research visiting students program to expose them to actual detection techniques on prototypes or actual detectors and so on. So I would say that they should get in touch with the people working on the experiment either in India or in the US, and try to explore the experimental aspects of this particular subject, because we believe that there are spin-offs of this particular experiment to many other branches. We expect that there will be spin-offs to high quality timekeeping, to high quality vacuum systems, to high quality seismic systems, and therefore we believe that an effort in this particular direction will not only build up credibility in gravitational wave physics, but also in high quality experimental physics in India. So I would say that experimental physics should be, younger students should also take seriously the option of getting into experimental areas and not just focus their attention only on exotic theoretical studies, because at the end of the day only physics is all about experiments, and unless you have cutting edge experiments, I don't think we can ever make cutting edge progress. And if you ask the question, why are there no Nobel Prizes in India, I would say it is because we are not focused enough on high technology experiments and high technology areas. So to answer the question which we keep asking all the time, why don't we have high quality science, I would say high quality science is only possible if experimental physics is encouraged in all the universities, IITs and IISERs, and the government realizes that funding high quality experimental research is the stepping stone to high quality performance in sciences.
It's been a very nice thing and a very pleasure for me to talk to you, Bala, on the general theory of relativity and learn myself. I am sure the students are very much benefited by your lectures, and thank you very much for coming over here and sparing your time.
Hello. The world we live in has totally changed from what it was in the last century. The change is very much apparent, especially in the way we communicate with each other. At the beginning of 20th century, it was not as conspicuous as it is today. But a group of far-sighted philosophers and writers theorize how the world will be affected by the proliferation of mass media. These philosophers studied how the new devices for mass communication can be used to define culture. That is why the study of critical theory and Frankfurt School philosophers becomes significant for a scholar of fine arts. The term critical theory is used in two contexts. More scientific usage of the term critical theory designates the theory put forward by several generations of German philosophers and social theorists in the Western European Marxist tradition known as the Frankfurt School. The second usage is related to literary criticism. Critical theory in literary studies is ultimately a form of hermeneutics, that is, knowledge via interpretation to understand the meaning of human texts and symbolic expressions. In this module, we will focus on the major theoretical topics defined and proposed for discourse by the Frankfurt School thinkers, as it is more relevant for an artist practicing in contemporary cultural context. 5 Frankfurt School theorists were chiefly responsible for establishing critical theory as a specific school of thought. They are Herbert Marcuse, Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Walter Benjamin, and Jürgen Habermas. With the latter, critical theory moved away from its roots on German idealism and assimilated ideas of American pragmatism. One major area where the Frankfurt School of thinkers excel is developing the theory of mass media and communication. Communication happens between individuals. It can happen between one-to-one or one-to-many. In the public sphere, communication usually happens between one-to-many. By one, it does not always mean an individual. It can be the state, political agency, corporate, or some other power structure. The public sphere is where opinions are formed. Taste is created there. Judgments are made and transaction of wealth takes place in this sphere. So, if an opinion can be changed, it can at the end generate or destroy wealth. Each establishment has a need to manipulate the public opinion. So, there will always be people who are powerful and people who make others powerful. The second category of people, who are termed common man, believes that the powerful are really strong and what the master class thinks to be good should really be good. So, the common people place their own capacity for judgment to be inferior to that of the upper class. They try to imitate the taste of the master class and blindly imitate their attitude. This becomes a subconscious process. A common person is usually unaware of it. He really believes that what he is imitating is really of high taste. One can take Indian painter Raja Ravivarma, who worked as an artist in British colonial India, as an example. He is seen wearing a black coat, which was the British formal dress, over his traditional Indian dhoti. It is notable that Raja Ravivarma was among the first Indian artists to adapt the Western academic style of painting and was instrumental in changing the aesthetic notions of the common Indian. Contemporary newsreaders of Indian local television channels can be seen wearing the same kind of black coat to make the common television viewer believe in the authenticity of the news. This process of subconscious persuasion is termed hegemony. It was Gramsci, an Italian leftist thinker, who used the term hegemony to denote the predominance of one social class over others with their willing and active consent. Though he was not a member of Frankfurt School, the theory of hegemony is applicable to all social power structures. The theory of hegemony was extended by the thinkers of Frankfurt School. Mass media becomes most important as a tool to bring about cultural hegemony. Media like film, radio, television, newspaper can force public to create an opinion. Frankfurt School thinkers specially wrote about film and its effects as a form of mass media. Mass media is associated with mass production. Mass production makes it possible to reach a wider audience within a short span of time. Mass production happens in every sphere, including that of culture. Film is a very visible example. Some movements in art at the end of 19th century tried to associate culture and craftsmanship with industrial mass production. These movements were concerned about the values which were being lost during the process of mass production. The English art and crafts movement, with William Morris as its theorist, and Art Nouveau may be thought of as such movements. We mention these two movements here not because they are anyway historically linked with Frankfurt School, but just to show that movements in art sometimes intuitively precedes a clear-cut theoretical system with parallel ideas. Mass production affects the perception of the relationship between the original and a copy. Before the age of industrialization, a copy had lesser chance to be equal to the original. But in the age of mechanical reproduction, the divide between original and copy dissolves. But strangely, social institutions build strategies to revive the value association to the original. Thus, a print of Mona Lisa, which is mechanically produced, though exactly equal in quality with the original, will always be an inferior reproduction, and the original can be owned only by the extreme wealthy or powerful. Walter Benjamin, in his 1936 book, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, writes, "For the first time in world history, mechanical reproduction emancipates the work of art from its parasitical dependence on ritual. To an ever greater degree, the work of art reproduced becomes the work of art designed for reproducibility. From a photographic negative, for example, one can make any number of prints. To ask for the authentic print makes no sense. But the instant the criterion of authenticity ceases to be applicable to artistic production, the total function of art is reversed. Instead of being based on ritual, it begins to be based on another practice, politics." Some of you may think these are all far-fetched. An artist need not consider all this while making his work of art. He just has to paint. But remember, we all exist within certain social structures where some artists are appreciated and some others discarded. To create something new and to challenge existing canons require a deeper understanding of the underlying structures. To make this more clear, let us see how a little mass-produced object became a shocking piece of extraordinary art, which changed the perception of what art is in the 20th and 21st century. The painting of Mona Lisa, done by Marcel Duchamp in 1919, had in its agenda the kind of challenges which we have mentioned. Here in this Dadaist work, Marcel Duchamp transforms a print into original, thus reversing the process. He makes fun of the power structures which creates and preserves cultural objects. The Fountain is another work by Marcel Duchamp. He signed the work with a false name, Mut. This urinal appears to us as an ugly object. We forget the aesthetically designed shape, the rich glazed ceramic material, and the perfection with which it is created. One tends to associate the object only with its function. In this work, Duchamp was making a mass-produced found object into a work of art by signing it and isolating it from its very common surroundings. When any object carefully placed within a social structure, in this case the gallery system, can create an ambience around itself to make it appear meaningful. Duchamp created this work in 1917, 4 years prior to the founding of Frankfurt Institute of Social Research. This process of making a commonplace object to an object extraordinary is termed reification. It is the act or result of the act of transforming human properties, relations and actions into properties, relations and actions of man-produced things which have become independent and which are imagined as originally independent of man and govern his life. Reification also means the transformation of human beings into thing-like beings. The process of reification happens all around us in everyday life. Let us look at an example. The purpose of car is to commute, but car has become a symbol of wealth and power. The person who owns a car aspires to acquire a more expensive vehicle. It need not necessarily be more efficient. Similarly, a painting created by an established artist becomes a sought after prestige symbol, though it may lack artistic merit. Stardom in cultural industry comes out of reification. An artist who has become an icon of stardom in recent history is Andy Warhol. Let us look closely at some of his works. Warhol created several mass-produced images from photographs of celebrities. He started a studio to create these works. He named his studio The Factory and began to employ assistants to create artworks. He was using a very common printing process called serigraphy to produce some of his works. Serigraphy is nothing but silkscreen printing. Warhol is a representative icon of contemporary visual culture in a capitalist society where culture has become a commodity. A commonplace commercial artwork appreciated by the mass is actually a beautiful object. It is made to cater to their taste, but it is considered as low art, whereas many not so beautiful or appealing artwork may be highly regarded. Pop art movement, in which Warhol was a member, challenged this differentiation of low and high art. Artists of the pop art movement took kitsch objects and turned them into artworks worth millions of dollars by cleverly using social institutions of wealth and power. It may appear strange that we mention pop art while talking of Frankfurt School. It is because the example of social phenomena theorized by the Frankfurt School is very visible in late capitalist system and its expression in pop art. It was during the 1960s that Warhol began to make paintings of iconic American products such as Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles, as well as paintings of celebrities such as Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Troy Donau, Muhammad Ali and Elizabeth Taylor. It was also during the 1960s that Adorno wrote his book Aesthetic Theory. It remained unfinished during his death in 1969. In the opinion of Adorno, the only possible authentic expression of the contemporary world condition is the avant-garde artwork. The avant-garde artwork appears as a necessary expression of alienation in a late capitalist society. It cannot be compared to the unity of a classical artwork. He states in aesthetic theory, there is no general test for deciding if an artist who wipes out expression altogether has become the mouthpiece of reified consciousness or of the speechless, expressionless expression that denounces it. He continues, the shock created by an avant-garde work is bound to the unique experience it produces. That is why with repetition it loses its effect. At one point of time, the audience expects the shocks of the avant-garde. Then avant-garde has become institutionalized and is consumable. This happens when one tries to grant duration by making the shock objective. According to Frankfurt School thinkers, art need not directly address social reality. In their view, art's detachment from dominant reality gives it its special significance and power. That is why they rejected the ideas of socialist realist art, which was favored by thinkers like George Lukács. In his 1923 book, History and Class Consciousness, Lukács states, realism meant more than rendering the surface appearance. It meant providing a more complete, true, vivid and dynamic view of the world around. Adorno states that art cannot simply reflect the social system, but acts within it as an irritant which is capable of producing negative knowledge of the actual world. Socialist realism missed the point as an art movement because of its failure to hide its direct attempt at reification of the state apparatus. In German expressionist painting, especially in the new objectivity group, we see a more successful application of proletarian ideology. In independent India, the proclaimed leftist art movement started with the Bombay Progressive Group of 1947. The group published a manifesto which stated that art should be created for the common man, but they used a westernized expressionist language in their artworks. A common Indian found it alien. The progressives had to rewrite their manifesto for their next exhibition. In it, they had to abandon the idea that art should be made for the common man. The main members of the progressive group were Francis Newton Sousa, M.F. Hussain, Ara, Bakre, Gade, etc. We all know M.F. Hussain well because he was able to reificate his artwork. Ara, who virtually remained unknown, belonged to the labor class till his death. This is a painting titled Railway Station by Ara, one of the founder members of the progressive artist group in Mumbai. This work turned up at an auction house recently. Now, before concluding the session, we will leave the analytic of art and briefly look at the history of Frankfurt School. The Frankfurt School is a school of neo-Marxist social theory, social research and philosophy. The term Frankfurt School is used to designate the thinkers affiliated with the Institute of Social Research at Frankfurt University or influenced by them. The institute came into focus during 1930s with Max Horkheimer as its director. The thinkers who influenced the school of thought were Kant, Hegel, Marx, George Lukács, Sigmund Freud and Max Weber. The main thinkers who are considered part of Frankfurt School are Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, Herbert Marcuse, Erich Fromm and Jürgen Habermas. Major books of influence are Adorno's and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment and Adorno's Minima Moralia. The school critic society as being in a state of false consciousness, a consciousness which it hides the reality of domination and oppression of the masses under capitalism. Frankfurt School theories were given much media focus because of their criticism of Marx-Leninism and the orthodox interpretation of Marxism and their integration of American thought into Marxism. Frankfurt School theories were sometimes described as the thinkers of the New Left. Their theoretical discourse also heavily influenced intellectual discourse on popular culture and popular culture studies. While modernist critical theories researched on the forms of authority and injustice in capitalism as a political economic system, postmodern critical theory considers meaning itself to be unstable because social structures are rapidly changing, thus making generalizations of theory becomes only locally relevant. Thus, in a way, postmodernism takes a political stand which may be dubbed favorable to capitalist conditioning. Contemporary critical theory is considered to be a mixture of concepts deriving from Marxian theory, post-structuralism, semiology, psychoanalysis, and feminist theory. It is time we conclude this module on critical theory and Frankfurt School. Till the next class, thank you. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session Techniques of Guidance. Techniques of individual appraisal are an essential part of the guidance program. They must not be confused with the guidance program itself, since they are but techniques designed to accelerate progress. Appraisal can be done using quantitative and qualitative methods. This view is particularly important to guidance, which lays so much emphasis upon individuality and personal worth. Most guidance workers now possess a quite new awareness both of the complexity of human behavior and of the element of possible error, which is integral to the effort to assess and understand the individual behavior. A comparison of old and techniques of psychological measurement helps us to understand how much depth and breadth has been introduced to the apparatus of measurement in the last couple of decades. The techniques of individual appraisal can be used as tools to understand human personality and development. The techniques are no longer treated as infallible. They carry with them certain amount of bias and inaccuracies. Yet, they compose the most powerful weapon of effective guidance, as they lend a helping hand to the guidance worker in measuring human behavior scientifically. The most important thing to be remembered while using techniques of measurement is that the individual must be approached with relation to the whole problem. An atomic approach which separates the individual behavior from the context must not be effective to understand the complexities of the behavior. Placing the guidance techniques at the larger context of human behavior can only make it effective. The other views which treat behavior as compartmentalized, individualized and completely interiorized phenomena might not be helpful to understand how the social, political and cultural changes affect human behavior. Interpreted in this way, techniques of guidance program try to understand the complexity of relationship an organism develops with its environment while trying to understand human behavior. Thus, these techniques provide a comprehensive picture which is essential for the effective functioning of any guidance program. The techniques of assessment are involved in a guidance program with two concrete purposes: to enlighten the individual with respect to his strengths and weaknesses, to provide interested personnel with the widest possible information about the individual they are trying to help. Thus, we can say the program of individual appraisal plays a primary role in the guidance program. But the test results must not be treated as the final or conclusive answers in themselves. Guidance programs treat them as adjuncts to the attainment of goals of guidance. This measurement impulse is an outcome of the scientific movement in education. The scientific movement was successful in foregrounding the need for objectivity in the information about each individual. Personal judgment that comes without the proper backing of objective appraisal of the individual proved inadequate in the guidance situation. This was a moment where psychology, both as an academic discipline and as a caregiving field, was at a face-to-face encounter with objective measurement of human behavior. Testing emerged in this situation as a reliable solution to produce objective measurement on human behavior. Theoretical assumptions of assessment. Psychology had incorporated two types of techniques in its repertoire. First, one is the quantitative techniques and second one is the qualitative techniques. The basic theoretical assumption behind quantification impulse was that human behavior is observable and measurable. These approaches have tried to come up with statistical methods which employed formulae verification and standardization of the data to ensure objectivity. The main theoretical edifice of this testing movement was provided by the advancements in the behavioral psychology. Behaviorism proposed a model of human behavior in which behavior was an outcome of the centralized movements of an organism in the stimulus and response behavior. Behaviorism emphatically asserted that behavior has no inner determinants and it is the overtly observable behavior which is important and crucial. Behaviorism thus has contributed to the development of many testing devices that have tried to measure the stimulus-response dyad in a faithful way. Though later it has been critiqued severely for its too simplistic and mechanistic view of human behavior, it has exerted a long-lasting influence upon psychological notions of testing and assessment. Even today, we can find many popular testing devices which use the basic behavioristic assumptions of human functioning. The qualitative techniques come from the tradition of psychological thinking, which considers human nature to be more complex, dynamic, and as something which needs to be engaged in depth to be able to understand it. These approaches do not even consider behavior as a basic unit of observation or explanation. Even if they engage with behavior, they are more concerned about the conditions under which human being behaves in a particular way. Two major theories that depart from behaviorist understanding of human nature are Freudian psychoanalysis and humanist psychology. Freudian psychoanalysis exists prior to behaviorism, and it works with the basic assumption that human beings are dynamic organisms, and without understanding the nature of this dynamics, it is difficult to understand human psyche. It proposes a tripartite model of human personality where it ego, and superego represent these three divisions, and a libidinal economy marked with Oedipal repression determines human behavior. It is concerned not with the apparent meaning of behavior, but with the latent meaning of a behavior. So, naturally, the psychoanalytically informed techniques try to move away from observable behavior and try to measure the hidden or the repressed correlates of personality. Humanistic psychology emerges as a response to both behaviorism and psychoanalysis. It rejects the view of behavior put forward by behaviorism, saying it is too much mechanistic. It also rejects the view by psychoanalysis, saying too deterministic. Humanistic psychology tries to produce a middle path in which the mature ego functions with the aim of actualization of potentials becomes crucial. There are many proponents of this view of human psyche. Among them, Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers are the most influential. Maslow has proposed the hierarchy of needs, and a self which functions strives for actualization of potentials. Carl Rogers has tried to translate the humanistic view of human psyche into the clinic and has introduced the client-centered therapy. This approach also stands for qualitative methods that would help the individual express all the subjective and personal aspects in a free and fully developed way. The next sections try to introduce major techniques of assessment used in the guidance program. Qualitative techniques. The in-depth interview. The in-depth interview is the most widely used qualitative method in guidance program. This method involves long sessions of talking in which the interviewer and the interviewee come in face-to-face encounter. These sessions can be structured or non-structured. These sessions provide an opportunity for the interviewee to express his thoughts and feelings and give the interviewer a chance to explore and evaluate as the process proceeds. There are some rules of thumbs that must be followed in the successful completion of an interview. They are as follows. The interviewer should provide the interviewee full opportunity to express his point of view or a side of the story. The initial sessions should be used to build the rapport and to win the trust of the interviewee. The questions should be case specific and should be sensitive to the situation at hand. The interviewer should not try to make the interview an inquisition method and should not try to ask questions out of mere curiosity. The interviewer should not create the feeling within the interviewee that he or she is eliciting unwanted information. This feeling will spoil the rapport established between them. The anecdotal method. The anecdote is a written record of a student's actual behavior as observed in a particular situation. Each recorded incident is in a sense an anecdote, but interpretation of these incidents should be deferred until there has emerged enough data for a cumulative picture of the individual. Anecdotes are usually recorded as short and informal entries. They are not anonymous records, where both the names of the student and the record taker's name will be there. It also carries the date, a short and objective description of the incident or event, and comments or remarks if any. Brief sentences are advised in the making of the record to ensure objectivity. The appraisal and interpretation of these records are done in a later stage after receiving sufficient records to build a comprehensive picture of the behavior under study. The autobiography. Another primary source of data is the record made by the individual himself on his life. These records are called autobiography. They usually carry vivid accounts of the individual's behavior. They do not only carry description of behavior. Autobiography being an account produced through self-reflexivity always carries more information on the intuitive process, motives and attitudes behind the externally manifested behavior. This makes autobiography a rich source of data in the assessment sessions. The autobiographies are of two types, structured and unstructured. Structured autobiographies carry an outline to organize information on the self in a pre-arranged manner. In a structured autobiography, there will be space to fill out information regarding family background, interpersonal relationship, interest and the like. Thus, a structured autobiography tries to stimulate self-expression through providing some cues and reference points for such a process. The unstructured autobiography does not carry specific reference points to guide the self-expression. The principle behind unstructured autobiography is that people will reveal more spontaneously and intuitively once given a chance to do so without much constraints. Here, the person himself arranges and prioritizes data on his life and does not use any pre-arranged devices for it. Autobiography is treated as an intimate technique as it involves direct expression of self by an individual. Personality inventories. Precise measurement of personality presents a difficult problem in front of psychologists, as there is no mutually agreed upon definition of personality. Yet, there exists some consensus over the attendant problematic of personality which can be tapped with effort. Personality inventories are such an effort to understand and assess personality in a scientific manner. There exist many personality inventories, and this section discusses the most famous qualitative personality inventory, namely projective tests. Projective tests are techniques designed in such a way that the individual projects his attitudes and feelings in response to indefinite objects or hypothetical situations. The most famous projective tests include Rorschach's ink blot test and thematic apperception test, TAT. Rorschach tests contain a series of ink blots which are vague enough to elicit varied responses. Usually, people project their inner feelings and emotions to these vague pictures, which are later analyzed scientifically. These techniques provide highly valuable information on human nature, but they are not used solely to arrive at a conclusion. They are used in combination with other tests in an assessment program. Sociometry. Sociometry is a method used to study the social behavior of the individual. What makes it distinct is this attempt to tap the social behavior or to place behavior in the web of social relations. While other psychological techniques try to measure the intra-individual or internal or psychic processes to understand the individual, the sociometry takes the behavior outside the mind and places it in social relations. It represents simply and graphically the entire structure of relations existing at a given time among members of a given group. The result obtained through marking the social relations within a group in graphical form is called sociogram. Sociometry works with the assumption that the roles which individual will play are determined by the social interactions within the social setting. In the case of students, the most important social setting becomes the classroom. Since learning takes place within the setting of student relationship, the personal and academic growth of the individual can be affected adversely or favorable by that student's position within this group. For effective guidance, both teachers and guidance workers must know what are these relationships like, how do they function, and how they affect behavior and learning. The method of sociometry is simple. Each person in the group is asked to write down names of 3 people with whom they would like to engage in a group activity. These activities can range from working on a collective assignment, eating lunch, going out for picnic, so and so forth. The information provided by individuals is used to make a picture of the interpersonal relations within the group. The sociometric tests must be administered informally and the situation must be real and natural. For a successful administering of sociometry, the following factors must be kept in mind. It should include motivating elements in the introductory remarks. The questions must be worded carefully to give the test taker an understanding of how the results are to be used. The test should give enough time. The instruction should not involve directive suggestions that can skew the response. The test must be introduced in a casual manner, but at the same time ensuring interest and enthusiasm from test takers. The sociograms produced through sociometric methods are used to assist individual child to reshape the general classroom organization and grouping for work. Quantitative methods. Quantitative methods, as the name suggests, try to produce quantifiable and generalizable measures of human behavior. The need to produce such quantitative measures of behavior came with the attempts to take psychology a true scientific and objective endeavor. Quantitative methods became hugely popular by the mid of 20th century as an objective measure of subjective behavior. They were also popular because of their mass applicability. Unlike qualitative methods, quantitative methods can be applied over populations using limited time and resources. They offer valid and reliable sources of large amount of data on human behavior. The most important quantitative method is psychological testing. There are psychological tests to measure intelligence to personality and motivation to attitude. A detailed discussion of them is provided as a separate chapter. Other major quantitative methods are questionnaire, rating scales, and personality inventories. Questionnaires are instruments which carry an organized set of questions that deal with a particular facet of behavior. There are questionnaires which deal with academic achievement, motivation, personality, and many other aspects concerning human nature. A questionnaire usually carries detailed instructions on the method of use, scoring, and interpretation. The questionnaire is a method that elicits responses on predetermined area of functioning. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage is that these instruments can elicit highly reliable and highly specific data on a particular behavior. The disadvantage is that they are too structured and over-rigid. Questionnaires are of two types, open-ended and close-ended. Open-ended questionnaires tend to be more qualitative in nature. Closed-end ones provide the array of responses from which it is to be chosen. Closed-end questionnaires reduce the risk of inaccurate, incomplete, and confused responses. The observations about an individual tend to vary as the observer varies. The rating scale provides a means for grouping observations under a common heading or trait. It can be any trait such as cooperativeness, self-control, etc. Rating scale permits the observer to assess the individual on a basis of comparative values. The personality inventories are another type of quantitative measure on human personality. California Test of Personality and Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory are examples of personality inventories that would come up with quantitative scores on adjustment and social functioning. In the case of school guidance programs, the health records too are an important source of information. These are records that carry information regarding the overall physical functioning of the individual. These are quantitative measures produced periodically and can be compared to assess the physical development and growth of the student. Now, we have to summarize the main ideas in this unit. Techniques of individual appraisal are an essential part of the guidance program. They must not be confused with the guidance program itself, since they are but techniques designed to accelerate progress. Appraisal can be done using quantitative and qualitative methods. This view is particularly important to guidance which lays so much emphasis upon individuality and personal worth. Most guidance workers now possess a quite new awareness both of the complexity of human behavior and of the element of possible error, which is integral to the effort to assess and understand the individual behavior. A comparison of old techniques of psychological measurement helps us to understand how much depth and breadth has been introduced to the apparatus of measurement in the last couple of decades. The techniques of individual appraisal can be used as tools to understand human personality and development. The techniques are no longer treated as infallible. They carry with them certain amount of bias and inaccuracies. There are two types of techniques, quantitative techniques and qualitative techniques. Major qualitative techniques include in-depth interview, anecdotal methods, autobiography, personality inventories, and sociometry. Quantitative methods include questionnaires, rating scales, and health records. Hope that you can attempt the questions given here. What's the importance of techniques in guidance program? What are projective techniques? Describe autobiographical method. What are the advantages of quantitative methods used in guidance? What is meant by sociometry? What are the theoretical assumptions behind techniques of guidance? What are the major qualitative methods used in guidance? The listed reference books may help you for better understanding. Guidance in Today's School, Mortensen, G. Donald, and Schmuller, Allen, M. 1962, published by John Wiley and Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom, by Strang, Ruth, and Morris Glynn, 1964, published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Thank you for watching this program. Let's meet again for the presentation of another topic. Till then, take care.